journalist in Afghanistan and in exile, the voice of the people, sharing untold stories. The international community should support of Afghanistan journalists, those without institutional assistance, as they safeguard press freedom and convey the truth.
Поэтому сейчас без поддержки международного сообщества и без международных фондов журналистика в Украине была бы в очень плачевном состоянии, и эта поддержка нужна дальше.
I never considered myself a human rights journalist while pursuing journalism. However, upon reflection, it's clear that the majority of the stories that my colleagues and I have pursued have dealt with human rights challenges.
Поэтому я уже много лет думаю, что будущего у журналистики в России нет. И каждый год я ошибаюсь, и каждый год приходят новые и новые люди, которые хотят работать, которые работают и которые очень влияют на ситуацию в России.
Если я вернусь в Беларусь, меня ждут, примерно 3-5 лет тюрьмы из-за моей профессиональной деятельности. У меня возникает вопрос, вообще может ли мне кто-то помочь, и что мне делать в этой ситуации?
Good afternoon. Their Nobel Prize laureate, Maria Ressa, their Ilze Bronze Kehris, Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights, Ms. Renata Alt, Chairwoman of Committee for Human Rights and Humanitarian Aid at the German Bundestag, Ms. Renate Schroeder, brave journalists, speakers, and participants. On behalf of the Friedrich-Naumann-Foundation for Freedom and Reporters Without Borders, Germany, my colleague, Dr. Michaela Lesowski, she's sitting there, director of the FNF Human Rights Office in Geneva, and I will be moderating this event, and we are very pleased to welcome you to the International Conference on Journalists Defending Human Rights. When journalists report on human rights violations, not only they practice the right to freedom of expression and opinion, but also impart information to the public and contribute to a system of peace and justice. In doing so, journalists are often persecuted, harassed, tortured, sent to exile, and even murdered. However, courageous journalists never give up and continue to doing their job. This, among others, will be the focus of today's conference. Before I forget about this, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our colleagues at the Friedrich-Naumann-Foundation for Freedom and Reporters Without Borders, who jointly made this event possible. Now, to officially open this conference, and before we listen to Mr. Christian Mihr, who is the Executive Director of the Reporters Without Borders, it is my pleasure to kindly invite our first speaker, Ms. Sabine Leutheusser-Schnarrenberger, Deputy of the Board of Directors at the Friedrich-Naumann-Foundation for Freedom and former Federal Justice Minister of Germany. Frau Leutheusser-Schnarrenberger, the stage is yours.
dear Maria Ressa, dear Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights, dear Mr. Mihr, our co-partner today, dear Anne, my colleague in the board of the Friedrich-Naumann-Foundation for Freedom, dear journalists, dear participants of the International Conference, Journalists Defending Human Rights, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure today to welcome all of you to this important and necessary conference. This year marks the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This declaration was a groundbreaking guarantee for the right to freedom of expression and opinion, as well as imparting information in all its forms. The role and importance of journalists seemed to be clear. And yet, journalists all over the world are attacked for investigating and doing their independent work. Many journalists, like Władysław Jezipenko from Crimea, have already paid the price by losing their freedom and faced imprisonment. Others are sent to exile or even murdered. In Iran and Afghanistan, numerous journalists have been imprisoned only for covering their protests and reporting on women's rights violations. The attack against journalists is not only serious, but also a gross crime, as well as violation of states' primary obligations. Indeed, the tendency to initiate proceedings against journalists and actual persecutions are on the rapid rise. Journalists around the world face enormous challenges. They are confronted with the autocratic regimes that try to silence them and with the struggle against surveillance, hate speech, and online harassments. Nevertheless, courageous journalists do not give up because they believe in the freedom of expression and opinion and in justice. They choose to fight against aggressors and dictators. Ladies and gentlemen, we are particularly honored that today the Nobel laureate and champion of freedom of expression, Maria Ressa, is among us. In spite of dozens of challenges, like several arrest warrants, she never gave up, and she does not allow herself to be discouraged. Her message is, I have read, hold the line. Hold the line. Yes, you are my role model, Maria Ressa. Thank you for coming and for your work. That is why you are called human rights defenders, dear Maria Ressa and all the courageous journalists. And today we are also celebrating the 25th anniversary of the UN Declaration on Human Rights Defenders. In April last year, when Russia aggressively attacked Ukraine, dozens of journalists lost their lives while documenting, filming, photographing gross violation of human rights, including war crimes and crimes against humanity. Perpetrators of crimes against journalists will be brought to justice, but not always in the short term. I'm convinced that courageous media outlets and journalistic institutions, such as Reporters Without Borders, will play a pivotal role in the fight against impunity. Reporters Without Borders address the crimes against journalists and advocate for their prosecution. They have an important role in collecting evidence for the prosecution of gross human rights violations. Today, we live in a world that is characterized by violations of the freedom of expression and of the human dignity. The values form the foundation of the world order after the Second World War. We should ask ourselves, how In spite of the imminent danger from populist dictators, fake news, and disinformation, do we still stand strong? Hold we the line? Considering the rapidly increasing incitement and hatred against journalists, especially on the internet, regarding disinformation, war propaganda, and the huge apparatuses of brainwashing services and troll factories, freedom of press and opinion is endangered more than ever before. We therefore need investigative journalism in particular, fact-checking and independent journalists. We should act and fight through all means available and protect journalists who need our protection more than ever. Populism threatens the very meaning of our rule-based societies. I remind colleagues in various national and international forums that autocratic regimes deliberately try to silence journalists from raising voices of the victims. Raman Pratasevich, a Belarusian journalist, was arrested in the airport in Minsk and in May this year sentenced to 8 years in prison. They tried to destroy the public trust on independent media via propaganda and fake news. Politicians and decision makers need to ask themselves whether existing national and international measures are sufficient to protect the integrity of journalists. What do we need to do to address this critical issue? How should the international community cooperate to protect journalists and guarantee the right to freedom of opinion? The answers to these questions may be found right here at this conference. I therefore very much look forward to hearing your stories, concerns, and future prospects for this profession. Allow me, please, to thank very much Reporters Without Borders for teaming up with the Friedrich-Naumann-Foundation for Freedom in organizing this conference. I wish you all a fruitful conference and many lessons that we will take away with us at the end of this afternoon. And now the floor is yours, dear Christian Mihr. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Dear Mrs. Leutheusser-Schnarrenberger, dear Maria Ressa, dear Assistant Secretary General Kehris, and dear guests. A warm welcome from me too. I'm especially grateful, if I can say so, for the long-standing cooperation with Reporters Without Borders and the Friedrich-Naumann-Foundation really has on many issues fighting jointly for freedom and freedom of the press. And especially thank you for your personal commitment, both here at the Friedrich-Naumann-Foundation, but as well as a freedom fighter, as a minister. And so I know that this is really a topic close to your heart. And I'm very excited to be here with all of you. And I would like to explain you why the topic of this conference is so important for Reporters Without Borders. Journalists are not only fervent human rights defenders. You will meet some of them in person at this conference. And I'm sure you will be able to confirm, but they are very often attacked themselves because of the work they are doing. If you are on the front line defending the freedom of the press and the right to information, as journalists do by profession, then you are at risk in many countries of the world. Journalists and other human rights defenders risk being harassed, being attacked, or even being murdered. And just like nobody is held accountable for many human rights abuses all around the world, many brutal attacks on journalists and other human rights defenders remain without prosecution. Impunity is the biggest problem when it comes to defending human rights against those who violate it. Let me point out 2 points that are especially important for the work of Reporters Without Borders in this context. Just last week, on November 30th, we have witnessed a verdict in one of the very few trials that have taken place in accordance with the principle of universal jurisdiction. It ended with a conviction of a man from Gambia who was involved in the murder of the journalist Dada Haidara in 2004. Dada Haidara was a RSF correspondent in Gambia, and we were very shocked at that time to hear of his murder. The accused individual had been arrested right here in Germany in 2021. How was it even possible to bring this case before a court in Germany? Well, it was possible because the so-called principle of universal jurisdiction allows to prosecute the most serious crimes under international law, regardless of wherever in the world the offense has taken place. But it does not happen very often. We have not seen Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, being taken to the courts for ordering the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi in an embassy in Istanbul, in a consulate in Istanbul in 2018. Reporters Without Borders filed a complaint against Saudi Arabia already in 2021, and maybe this latest verdict last week in the case of Dada Haidara will help to forward the case as well. At least, so I hope. If we want to defend human rights and protect human rights defenders, then we need to end impunity for human rights violations. We need to bring much more human rights violations before the courts based on international law. The principle of universal jurisdiction allows that. It is democratic governments that do not make use of the instrument, but too often rather shake hands with dictators and enemies of press freedom. And here's my second point. Defending human rights in the 21st century is virtually impossible without defending digital rights. Currently, there are at least 515 journalists in jail around the world, at least. Many, if not most of them, have previously been surveyed by spyware. Spyware very often, by the way, produced in Germany and EU countries. Whoever investigates human rights abuses or corruption of government officials is very likely to be attacked with Pegasus, Finfisher, or other intrusive software prior to being arrested, jailed, or even murdered. Security services and intelligence services around the world that are often completely unaccountable for their actions make use of the most advanced technology to target human rights defenders and to spy on journalists and their sources. This is why we urgently need an export ban on spyware. Surprisingly, after a decade of discussion about how the internet has changed our societies, digital surveillance is still not a main issue in human rights discussions. But this afternoon you will meet Nobel Peace Laureate Maria Ressa from the Philippines, and I guess she will confirm some of the issues I told you about now. Please excuse me for pushing you right into the cold water with my introduction. We were very proud of hosting this conference together with the Friedrich-Naumann-Foundation, and I wish you all a very instructive afternoon. And I'm happy to pass on now the word to Mary Lawlor, who unfortunately cannot be with us in person here, who is the UN Special Rapporteur on human rights defenders, who I personally know for a very long time and who is a really committed human rights defender herself, having worked for a long time for frontline defenders. Yeah, and I'm happy to hear that she will now that she will give us now her message.
Hello, everybody. It's very good to be with you here today, and I'm delighted to be here. As UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights defenders, I am mandated to promote the UN Declaration on Human Rights Defenders and to ensure that the rights of defenders are respected and protected everywhere. In order to advance human rights and protect those who most champion them, a vibrant and inclusive civil society is key. One of its most fundamental pillars is a free and independent media, one that would adhere to the highest levels of professional ethics and be dedicated to reporting fairly and objectively everywhere. Journalists have a pivotal role to play in addressing issues of public concern and interest, including by documenting and raising awareness about human rights issues. Since I took up my mandate in 2020, I have spoken with many journalists and human rights defenders working to shed light on human rights violations. All around the world, media professionals report being subjected to intimidations, smears, arbitrary arrest and detention, judicial harassment, physical violence, and even sometimes killings. In September this year, French investigative journalist Ariane Lavrieux had her house raided by national intelligence officers and was taken into custody for interrogation. She was targeted following an investigation she had worked on exposing the complicity of the French government in grave human rights violations committed by the Egyptian military. Without her work and that of her colleagues, these violations may never have come to light and could have continued. This is just one example. In Vietnam, dozens of independent journalists, such as Pham Duong Chiang, are currently serving long prison sentences, often in harsh conditions, for documenting human rights violations in their country, in particular on environmental issues. I also recall the terribly violent attack against Russian award-winning journalist Yelena Milashina in July this year because of her courageous work investigating human rights abuses in Chechnya. She was beaten up, her hands were broken, and her head shaved, while her assailants repeatedly shouted that she should stop writing. And this reminds me also of the murder of Anna Politkovskaya in 2006 for documenting abuses in Chechnya during the war. In Mexico, there continue to be frequent attacks on journalists who report on abuses of power, corruption, and the drug trade. In 2022, it was reported that 14 journalists, including 3 women, were murdered in the country. Such attacks on journalists are not only an assault on their individuals themselves, but also a direct challenge to the principles of democracy, freedom of expression, and human rights. Wherever journalists and media professionals are targeted for their reporting, it should be a warning to the international community about the attitude of the state towards their human rights obligations. It is incumbent upon states to take robust measures to protect journalists alongside human rights defenders, recognise their crucial role in building just and equal societies, and foster an environment where human rights can thrive and flourish. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a successful event.
I will use the microphone. Listening to very inspiring words from Mary Lawlor, it is a time to listen to the journalists themselves. I would like to kindly invite my colleague, Judy Cabrera, on the stage. Judy is a praised journalist, a very experienced journalist, active in the field of educating female journalists in East Africa and in Africa. So Judy, welcome. Judy will be moderating our panel, and I will hand it over to you, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Salim. Today, I'm very excited to be here, having been a journalist who's covered human rights and now working for Friedrich-Naumann-Foundation in Kenya, where press freedom really matters to us. And I know Friedrich-Naumann-Foundation has been very brave to talk about media freedom. And just in Kenya, we launched a paper on the shrinking press freedom in Kenya. And I like the fact that we are talking about journalists covering human rights violations, because in Africa, if you look at Sudan, we are receiving high numbers of journalists seeking for asylum because of the war that has broken out. So thank you to Friedrich-Naumann-Foundation, Reporters Without Borders, for finding time to have this conversation and even bringing me all the way from Africa to be here and join this panel that we have this afternoon. So allow me to invite our panelists for this panel. First, I'll start with Sandra Romandia. Sandra is an investigative journalist and co-founder of Opinión 51 Mexico. Sandra's investigative areas of interest include corruption, conflict, and human rights. The real estate cartel in Mexico City, Narco Mexico City, ghost companies of the 4T are some of our investigative pieces. A winner of the National Journalism Award, Sandra also founded microsite La Cadera de Eva, a project dedicated to gender equality, mostly telling stories about women. Sandra won the Maria Mus Cabot Scholarship at Columbia University and has completed the Latin American Journalist program at the same university. Have your seat. This afternoon, we also appreciate Ilze for the short notice of replacing one of our panelists. Olga was supposed to join us. Unfortunately, she is battling COVID. We wish her well. But thank you, Ilze, so much for replacing her within a short time. Ilze co-founded Meduza, a main Russian independent news outlet. After the war broke out in Russia, he started Help Desk Media, a joint and charity project where Ukrainian and Russian managers and journalists work together to cover the war and raise money to help victims of the war. Welcome, Ilze. And Wazhma Tokhi, she founded the Pohana Fund. She has also started the Hazob magazine here in Germany. She's an advocate for women's rights and passionately advocates for women's rights and advocates for building cultures of peace and quality education. Tokhi is a prominent and influential member of the esteemed leadership board at Chirag TV, an Afghan TV channel owned by young professionals who promote democratic values, human rights, and education. Welcome, Tokhi. So just to start our conversation today, rarely that journalists actually get remembered. We talk about the war, the justice, we talk about the victims of the war. But a lot of time, victims are forgotten. And now that we have this platform here in Berlin, I would like to hear from you first, Tokhi. Having come from Afghanistan and now living in Germany, can you tell us your story? What exactly happened and how did you leave Afghan to come to Berlin?
Thank you so much. It's such an honor and pleasure for me to be here among all of you. First of all, I just want to talk about the journalist situation, because for me, this platform is really, really important to talk about those journalists that they are in a very, very horrible situation right now inside of Afghanistan. I will talk about myself later when there might be a little bit time in the last. The situation of women journalists in media in Afghanistan right now is really horrible and really worrying. In the past 20 years, Afghanistan has made progress in its media with more journalists, including Afghan brave women. They have been vital in educating people, uncovering corruption, and standing up for human rights and justice, working hard to report news and also share stories But things took a dark turn when Taliban returned to power. The freedom of press that was celebrated is now facing with much and big problems in Afghanistan. Journalists are in a tough spot. They are worried about their safety. They are worried about the ability to tell the truth. It is really tough. It's really tough for Afghan women journalists inside of Afghanistan. These women have shown incredible strength and courage in the past 20 years to be a journalist in an environment where being a women journalist is not easy. And they have broken barriers and changed how the media looks. But now they are facing with much problems. They are facing every day with a lot of threats, violence, and 80% of women journalists have forced to abandon their careers. More of them, they choose to leave their work desk instead imprisoned at their work desk. And there's a lot of restrictions by the Taliban in front of them. Under the new rules of the Taliban, women journalists are not allowed to participate in press conference without a man with them. Women journalists are not allowed to talk with a man, official government member, or ask them questions. Women journalists are not allowed to travel to other provinces of Afghanistan to do their report work, and it is a lot of problems in front of them. In the past 20 years, they struggle a lot. They killed by the Taliban. They forced to live in those areas these areas were with Taliban to leave their careers, their jobs, but still they are trying to struggle. They are coming on the streets, not only like women rights activists, but in between them, there's a lot of journalist activists that they are coming on the street to demonstrate the regime, the current regime, and I will see all of you. The only resistant force right now in Afghanistan is Afghan women. Taliban implying that we defeat NATO, we defeat US, but they cannot defeat the Afghan women with empty hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much for, of course, talking about women, because when you look at journalism, the role of the women, even in reporting, most of the time has been climatized and it's not taken seriously. So thank you so much for bringing that. And later on, I'll come back to you with a question about how you came here to Germany. So Sandra, of course, being an investigative journalist, more so looking at human rights violations, corruption, and the impunity that we was spoken about, is not an easy road for journalists. We've had cases. Just last year, Ashad Sharif, a Pakistan journalist, was shot dead while in exile in Kenya. Just recently also we saw the Al Jazeera journalist who was killed in Israel. So how does it feel for you as a journalist to be that bold or courageous, for you to be able to report about human rights violations and even to delve in investigative reporting, despite the risks that are involved?
Yes, well, first, thank you. Hi, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. I feel very honored to be here. Well, Mexico right now, it's a country that is practically controlled by cartels. And in that context, it's very difficult to do journalism. And to do investigative journalism is like more difficult. I wrote a book about how drug traffickers control Mexico City, even when the official report says that there was not cartels in Mexico City. And for me, it was very important to investigate that, even with all the risk that was involved around that investigation. And I realized that when we published that book, was me and another two colleagues, some things change, a little things, but change in Mexico City, in the capital of Mexico. And the government was pushed to arrest some of the drug traffickers that we put in the book. So in that moment, while I was investigating this for this book, some bad men went to my house and they were waiting for me in motorcycles, and I had to live in another apartments in Mexico City, and in that moment I had no support from the government or police or anybody. But when we published the book, I realized how important was to keep doing journalism. When they had to arrest these drug traffickers because we put the address where they were selling or controlling all the things in the city, they didn't have another option than to arrest them. I realized again the importance of being investigative journalist, even with all the risk. And in my career, I have been investigating about corruption, impunity, and drug traffickers in Mexico. And I don't imagine to wake up with the knowledge that I have a story in my mind, that I know what is happening in this dark reality that everybody is living without not publishing. So I feel that I was born as a journalist, and I think I'm gonna die as a journalist, even in the situation that I have to face. Now I have 5 years living with bodyguards, 40 all days. I mean, 24 hours, 7 days per week. All my life obviously changed a lot. I cannot have, for example, a crazy night party because I'm with armed men around me all the time, and they sleep outside of my house. But there is a hope that I'm able to keep doing what I had to do, what I feel from my heart that I have to do. And because I think that Mexico could be better in some moment, I don't know when, because we had almost 2 decades of this drug traffickers war inside in the country that is very violent. And in 5 years, were killed 42 journalists. Is the most dangerous country in the world for doing journalism that is not in an official war. This is the context that I face and that all the journalists face in Mexico, but these are 2 the reasons why we keep doing what we are doing.
Thank you very much. The dreams of many are being fulfilled even before we walk out of the floor. Ilya, you've been in prison?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, sorry, he came on short notice, and so we've been trying just to put some information together. But like you've had, the background for journalists reporting on human rights is not an easy one. What is your story? What has been your experience?
I think I need to first of all say it's an honor, and second, I think I need to describe the Russian situation as well, to compare which situation is worse. So I think this is I think the Russian situation became worse and worse for many years, but I think we can have two. So everything changed after the war, full-scale war with Ukrainian started. What changed? First of all, the Russia right now lives in the unofficial war censorship situation. How the Russian government did this? They issued the two laws. One law is about fakes about the Russian army, and second law is about discreditation of the Russian army. There is some difference. Doesn't make any sense. So what is the fakes about the Russian army? It's everything which contradicts the official statements of the Russian Defense Ministry. So everything. If you don't need to say a lot to be sentenced for fakes about Russian army. For example, so I am criminal in Russia already. I have 80 years. I need to spend 8 years in prison. Have no plan to do this, but still, why? Because of some Instagram post about the Bucha massacre. And what did I say? I just said that the Russian army is responsible, which surely contradicts the position of the Russian military. So right now we have different ways to oppress journalists in Russia. First of all, these laws. Second, you can be a foreign agent, and then you can be the undesirable organization. The undesirable organization is when you are in undesirable organization, anybody who works with you, actually this is a criminal offense. That's why, so we have some main Russian media outlets, all of them are foreign agents and undesirable organizations, and so we have a winner right now, so TV channel Rain, which right now based in Amsterdam, they are twice foreign agents and once undesirable organizations. It doesn't make any sense, but still I think the Russian journalists think about this as an awards already. Why Russian journalists can't think about this? Because most of the Russian journalists who writes about the corruption or who writes about the human rights or writes about the war, they left Russia. This is a huge problem because the special reporters left Russia. It's really hard, as you understand, to report about anything when you can't go there. All the editors left Russia, which is also disturb your work a lot. But I need to say that to leave Russia is a privilege. A lot of journalists can't leave Russia because they can't obtain visas or because they live in regions, and this is quite impossible to. So they just have no money to live anywhere. That's why we have actually a lot of journalists in regions who still work and who are enormously important for us because they report what's happening with Russian militants, yes, people who are drafted to the war and what's happening in the regions because we don't understand. The problem is that right now we actually don't understand what's happening in Russia because there are almost no journalists, and second, because we have also a problem with the foreign journalists. In this year, Ivan Gershkovich, the Wall Street journalist, was arrested in Russia, which kind of unique situation. He was arrested for treason. We think this is a hostage situation, so Russia want to exchange him for somebody, but still he's arrested, and that's why a lot of foreign journalists left Russia already, yes? So this is a huge problem. We have a huge country with nuclear weapons, and which is at war with Europe right now, and we even can come to Russia and to properly report what's happening there. This is our situation, I think, yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of times people see journalists working in other countries, but people don't understand how this happened. And so, Tokhi, back to my earlier question, please paint a picture for us. How did you leave Afghanistan to arrive here in Germany? It's good that people understand the process because sometimes people just think it's a normal way, you get your visa and you have this comfort and you get to another country.
Yeah, of course, I have visa. Yeah. After 2021 collapse, when Taliban came to power, before 2021, I'm not saying you that I was celebrity, but I was quite like familiar in Afghanistan because I was youth parliament member. I had home-based schools on that time as well because there was a lot of districts and parts of Afghanistan that these districts were with Taliban at that time as well, and they didn't allow on that time as well women to go to school, to go to work, and I belong to South region of Afghanistan. South region of Afghanistan was one of the most dangerous region of Afghanistan in the past 20 years. Right now, the Taliban leader Mullah Haibatullah location is Kandahar province, and I belong to that region. from 2011, I had home-based schools in those areas that this area was with Taliban, and I had a lot of like awareness raising programs, events about women's rights, about women inclusion in the peace process, about girls' education. And I was in youth parliament. Beside of that, I worked as an advocacy specialist with USAID in South region of Afghanistan. And on that time as well, I received a lot of threat letters from the Taliban that you should stop your work, we will kill you. And 3 times they attacked on me in these, in the past 10 years that I worked in Afghanistan. And after 2021, when they came to power, they tried to find those women, those journalists that they worked in the past 20 years with foreign people as a journalist, as a women rights activist, as an advocate, and they start to search home to home to find me. And fortunately, I was not in South region of Afghanistan. I was in Kabul, and I changed my place a lot of time from one place to another place till NATO, because I worked with NATO as well, and they give me the gate pass, and I fortunately I'm here in front of all of you and standing up to raise the voices of those women of Afghanistan that they don't have any voice inside of Afghanistan, those female journalists that they don't have any voice inside of Afghanistan. And I evacuated by NATO to Germany, and I had received admission approval from German government as well. Thank you so much. And I choose to stay here in Germany. From that time, I'm still trying to raise my voice. I'm participating in a lot of conferences, events to raise my voice about the situation of Afghanistan. And also I have home-based schools right now in Afghanistan, in South region of Afghanistan, especially for girls that they can't go to school. And I'm working on TV, especially we want to focus, to have focus on human rights situation inside of Afghanistan, on women's rights situation inside of Afghanistan. And I'm working on some magazines, all the things, yeah.
Thank you for telling the journey. It's not easy to get out of a country in times of war. And like you can see, journalists are always the first target, because the first thing that happens in the war is to stop flow of information. And for you, Sandra, working outside your country, working as a journalist on asylum, can you tell us what challenges journalists on asylum face, especially trying to report back about what is happening in their countries, and at the same time trying to get used and know your way out in a new country?
Well, yes, as I said before, the context right now is the most complicated context that I have faced. When I decided to be a journalist, when I was a student, a little student, my country was another country, was another Mexico. In that, I'm not so old, but well, this happened like 25 years ago. Was possible to go on the roads of Mexico and the highways with freedom. Now you cannot do it because the cartels are in everywhere, controlling everything. If they like your car, they are going to steal it to you. So it's very dangerous, for example, this detail. With this, what I want to show is how Mexico changed in 2 decades. So I decided to be a journalist when Mexico was a little more easy to work on in this profession.
But I just wanted to know, when you relocated here in Germany, how is it for you now to work? Because before you were working in your country, now in a new country, what do you have to deal with working in a different country?
I mean, can you ask it in another question, in other words, please?
Sorry, yes, I know we had discussed the language issue before. So first you're working in Mexico and you're able to do your work. Now you are here in a new country. What does that change mean for you?
Okay, I don't live in Germany. I live in Mexico.
It's still in Mexico?
Yes.
But will you tell us the challenges when journalists move to other countries, journalists working on asylum? Can you tell us the challenges they face, especially where they have to work from a different country?
Yes, but well, in my case, I still working in Mexico.
Yes.
So I can talk about what I live, what I face in Mexico.
Okay.
Yes. I know another colleagues another mats that has to move to another countries, actually, and that's a thing that I don't want to do in this moment. Never. I think that's what I think right now, but I don't know what is going to happen. So because, as I said, in Mexico now it's very difficult to do it. Yeah. I have visited many countries, and when I talk with the journalists of Germany or that are from another countries where there is a lot of freedom, where the journalists work in peace or in some relatively peace, I see that there is another possible world, there is another possible country where to do our job, where to do our work. But right now, as I say, I can speak about what is happening in Mexico. Many colleagues has to go to other countries, but I wouldn't like to do that. And I think I have a quote that I like a lot, that is, there is nothing that creativity cannot solve. I mean, sometimes I had to keep doing my job, moving in the apartments of my friends. Sometimes I have to, for example, today, I just published an article that is about how a victim of torture by the military Mexican army was spied by the Mexican army, that a soldier pretends for 2 years to be a reporter. And this fake reporter was around the life of the victim 2 years pretending to be a journalist. So I desire, for example, to publish that article today because I'm here. So I'm not going to be in a dangerous moment to publish it. So that's the kind of things that we had to do to keep doing our job.
Thank you. And for Ilya, can you tell us what it means to work away from your country and the usual challenges that you face? Because you're here and you're still interested in covering what is happening in your country, and also there's the issue of settling down in a new country.
Thank you. I think the first problem is to get to for Russian journalists to get to the safe country. This is I think I can say it was easier last year. This year is much harder. So how it works? First of all, the journalists they go to some country where it's easy to go. So, for example, actually there is a short list. This is the Central Asia. This is Armenia. This is Georgia. This is Turkey. And sometimes this is Serbia. I can say that these countries are safe, but you can go there without a visa. Sometimes you can go stay there like almost forever. But for example, Central Asia. So Russia can steal you from the Central Asia, and or some Kazakhstan, for example, or Uzbekistan. They can extradite you to Russia. We have the both situation with extradition and with activists and journalists who, so Russia actually steal some people, and so they disappeared, and then we found them in Russian jails. Armenia is not a safe country. We have some situation with detained people who and they struggle to leave the country. All the situation ended okay, but still it doesn't look safe. And we know that some of Armenian borders are controlled by the FSB. So this is a Russian former KGB. I think you know these words. We are famous for this. Then Georgia, the Georgian problem. So from Armenia, sometimes you can't leave Armenia, and sometimes you can't enter Georgia. So there is a lot of situations when journalists left Georgia and they live there and they can go back. So the Georgia just don't pass. You can pass the border. You need to go somewhere else. Where? Nobody knows. In Turkey, it's hard to obtain the residence permit. The Serbia is a lot of, I can say, the pro-Russian country. So this is, you can be. So I think. Long story short, you need to go to Europe. It's hard right now. It's hard. It's really hard to go even to Germany. I came to Germany last year. Thanks for the German government. Thanks for actual Reporters Without Borders. They helped a lot. But right now it's really hard. And the problem is that it's hard to send documents, because actually officially you need to do it from your origin country. You even can get a Schengen visa. So we have a lot of problems with this right now. But if you come here, there is another problem, and this is also the problem called safety, because Europe, as far as we understand, is full of Russian spies. I think this is a huge problem, and we have some cases. We have cases of journalists who were poisoned. Russia loves poison people, and I think this is hobby, I don't know. But for example, the Russian journalist, very prominent journalist, Elena Kostyuchenko, was poisoned last year. She's alive. She had a lot of rehab, a long rehab, and I think she's still not okay. It was last fall, yeah, so it's a year already. Or for example, the Galina Timchenko, who is a publisher and CEO of Medusa, somebody installed Pegasus in her phone. It was in the beginning this year, and this is very dangerous because, as far as we understand, only the government can install the Pegasus on the phone. So, who was this? We don't know. But this is a huge question. So I think this is the main thing. Another thing, as I said, is how to cover the situation in your country when you can get there. Actually, we can get to Russia, and surely we can get to Ukraine. And that's why our abilities is very shrinking. Yeah? So it's really hard to be a good journalist actually right now. Yes, but we try with many ways. So for example, we have anonymous journalists in Russia. Yes, and anonymity, I think this is a really important thing for Russian journalists right now. They work in some fake media. Yes, this media don't exist, but you need to work with undesirable organizations. There is a lot of schemes to do the job. A lot of journalists still do this, but you need to find some ways to do this. Yeah.
And speaking of fake news, in this era of misinformation and disinformation, to you, Sandra, how do you deal with that? Because when you're an investigative reporter, every time information is being sent to you, and actually, as journalists, you're targeted with misinformation and disinformation. So how do you jungle in between that to ensure that your reporting is factual?
Well, first, in this fake news context that we have right now, that helps us to improve our methodology about investigative journalism. So we have to be very careful about what we are going to publish, and to have the sensibility, the sense to know when there could be something wrong or that is fake. Yes, the fact checking, that is one part. The other thing is that we are facing right now a federal administration, a president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, that is always denying all the information that investigative journalists we are publishing. The president of Mexico every week has a special conference to put the journalists here, the picture and the article, for example, and he says this is not true, but he doesn't present any evidence, and there is like a way to change the reality, as Maria Ressa has said before. And because we have a president that has all the tension of the country, And it's so easy for him to say that's not true, but he doesn't present any evidence. Even when we publish, we have the documents on the official reports, the witnesses, etc. That's the second part of the reality that we are facing. That is very complicated to face and to solve. And third, of course, we have social media, where are a lot of paid campaigns from the government too, or from the cartels, or from the, I don't know, the bad people in Mexico that sometimes is the same, politicians or cartels, you don't know, recognize, but well, that's another thing. Another many money in the social media to pay these campaigns against journalism, against good journalism. And we had to deal with that, but the good news for me is that there is more people subscribing to good journalism projects. I had the opportunity to co-found this project that is called Opinión 51 Opinión. That is a project of women journalists in Mexico, only women journalists, and we publish opinion articles every day, because we found that Ibabel Arroyo, that is a journalist that is right now here in the audience. Hi, Ibabel. She's a Mexican journalist. She found that per 10 articles of opinion in Mexico were signed just one by women. 9 of them were signed by men. So we found this project, and that is for us like a way to have a network, and it's for us what is right now a way to do some fact checking about the information that is in social media or that is published in the media that are paid from the government, and that was another way for us to face this difficult reality.
Thank you very much. And speaking of fact-checking and technology, artificial intelligence, and now this is for you, Ilya. How are we able to use artificial intelligence to make our work easy, and of course the issue of misinformation and disinformation?
First of all, I need to say with some irony that I think that Russia invented fake news, and so we are like pioneers of fake news, and we are so good at this that we officially declared everything which isn't said by the government fake news. So everything which is our real news are right now fake news in Russia, and I think nobody can compete with this. I think we're surely the winners here, and that's why this is an interesting situation. Yes, so but still we see that we have a lot of investigative journalism works with Russia, and they work. I can say that we do this. They work with authentic information. They work with a lot of big data. They do actually the fantastic reporting. They found the ways of the contraband technology in Russia, which are military technologies. They found it. They work with the some European regulators, and found these holes and tried to close them. They work with some leaked information. They work with some information which is still open in Russia. But I need to say that Russian government is closing information like it's like work in progress. Yes, more and more information, open data is now the closed data. Yes, and they do it especially to disturb the investigative work. Still, I want to repeat that there is a lot of investigative teams which work. Sometimes they work not with the Russian data. They looking for some oligarchs or some people who wasn't in the government or are still working with government, with their families, who have actually a lot of reality here in Europe. A lot of things are still there, and they looking for this and found this, and to help Europe sanction it. So I think these teams are quite successful right now, even they are not in Russia, because they work with data, not with people. Yes.
And now to the last question to this panel. For you, Tokhi. In this room, we have the people who really care about journalism, about fighting impunity, about defending human rights for everybody. How would you like to be supported as a journalist doing investigative reporting and reporting on human rights?
Thank you so much. I'm just trying to tell all of you that those atrocities that are happening right now in Afghanistan is not going to remain there. It's going to cross boundaries. And I'm trying to tell all those people that they have like some platform, they have some access to some platforms that stand with Afghan women, with Afghan journalists, and raise their voice and support them, especially in evacuation process, because there is a lot of women journalists in Afghanistan, that they are still in Afghanistan and struggling with a really tough situation in Afghanistan. And every day I'm like receiving a lot of phone calls from human rights defenders, from those people that they work as a journalist, that we are in a really horrible situation in Afghanistan. We want to evacuate as soon as possible. And I think we should stand with all of those journalists and women of Afghanistan. I'm mentioning this women because right now in Afghanistan, the women's situation is really horrible. As a women rights activist, I just want to mention their situation as well, because they are living in an open prison in Afghanistan. They are banned from everything. They are prevented from going to school, going to work, going to park, and any recreation places. There's a lot of restriction in front of them. I think the next edict might be that women should not breathe, because everything from women of Afghanistan has taken. And because of that, as a women rights activist in this platform, in front of all of you, I'm trying to tell all of you about the situation of Afghanistan that right now happening, because you know those medias that they are in Afghanistan, when they want to report some things about human rights, about women's rights, they should share all the reports first with the Taliban government, then they can share it through their medias. And those women journalists, those journalists that they are living in exile, they are the only people that they are trying that show to the world the reality of Afghanistan, that what's happening right now in the ground, on the ground. And just Afghanistan, Afghan people, Afghan women or not deserve this situation. Pay attention to their situation and stand with them. They just want their rights, a basic right, go to school, go to work. And I'm telling to all of you, if you are not stand with them right now in this year, in the past 2 years, yeah, I saw just some statement from a lot of organizations that they are working for human rights and women's rights, that these statements cannot help with Afghan people, with Afghan women, with Afghan journalists. Please be honest with Afghanistan, with Afghan women, with Afghan journalists. And as a global community, if you accept this edict from Taliban in front of Afghan women, I'm telling you that all those girls across the world will think that human rights laws, especially about women's rights, is just on paper. There's nothing practical. And yeah, that's my message.
We'll make sure we don't keep quiet. We want the women in Afghanistan to continue breathing, and so keep on doing what you do.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And for you, Sandra, what kind of support do you think journalists working on investigative stories and covering human rights should be supported?
Well, first, it's very good for us to have like this kind of panels, because that support us emotionally almost, because we remember that all the difficult contexts that we face, there is a reason for why we are keeping doing this. So secondly, I think that we have to, that the audience, we have to change the culture of the audience to pay for the good journalism. In Mexico, it has been very difficult to have audience that subscribes to some project, and that gave us a very difficult context, because there is a lot of precariousness in the profession. So we have to be more clear that we had to pay for good journalism. And the international foundations help us a lot. First, to talk about these kind of things. Secondly, when we we receive support for capacitations, I don't know what is the word, for learning, yes, training, yes. We appreciate it a lot. And economically support, of course, when international organizations give us some economically support, that is like a big breath for us. It's like like a big breath to keep doing what we want to do, but what we know to do. I'm just know to be a journalist, and I think that maybe that's what I'm going to do until I die. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is hope for quality journalism, courageous journalism, and there is room for us to continue supporting that kind of journalism. Thank you, Sandra. And for you, Ilya, what kind of support would you like?
Sorry, I'll be straightforward. Actually, we need two things: money for our work and safety, and visas for our safety. This is all what we need to. If you will give us this is surely enough. We can do our work. That's all.
So you've heard from our panelists, and now I'll open up the floor for the Q&A. And I will beg, due to the sensitivities that are involved with the ongoing clashes that are happening, the conflict and the war, kindly let us be sensitive to what is happening and stick to the topic of the day, which is the journalists. Those with questions, you can put up your hand, and then we'll give you a microphone. Questions or comments?
Thank you. Thank you for giving us the chance to ask questions. I was wondering, we heard that some are being labeled as enemies of the state or as persons who are just not or disliked by the governments. How do the rest of the population perceive this? So how do the rest of the population perceive you as journalists when officials from the state say you're an enemy of the state?
Thank you. We'll take that. Maybe you can ask three and then we can answer first. Sandra will take that. Any other question or comment?
Well, in Mexico, we are living two countries. No, the people that is with the president and the people that is not with the president. It looks crazy sometimes. It's like different visions, different reality, different truth, different way of see the life even. Fortunately, I have a lot of support of the audience. I had the opportunity to grow up my social media, and there is a channel for me to put my information, my articles, etc. But there is a lot of people that is saying, or with some of these campaigns in social media, saying that I'm against the president only because, yes, because I'm looking for troubles. Yes, there are many people that is looking in my personal life things to publish that information in their social media, and like to say that I'm not a good journalist. I had never before faced a situation like those ones that we're living right now in this government. We have 5 years with this populist government in Mexico. But I want to focus always in the audience that is supporting our job, that I think that is increasing. There is a lot of more people that is supporting the investigative journalism that we are doing in Mexico, I think, fortunately.
Ilya, would you like to respond?
It's hard to answer about the rest population because there's no rest population. There are different people with different opinions. If we'll talk about the, and we have actually no statistic in Russia anymore, but I think I try to answer this question. I think that people are in pain and they solve this problem with ignorance. And actually they're burned out. So the passivity of the audience right now is fantastic. I think this is the main problem right now for us.
What about Tokhi?
I didn't hear the question.
Sorry for that. Yeah.
Could you please tell me what was the question, because I didn't hear properly the question from her.
Okay, yeah. So she's asking, how do you report, for example, in the countries that you come from? Do you get the support, for example, of the civilians, of the ordinary people?
Yeah, those medias that they are working from exile, of course, they have journalists and that they are working privately from Afghanistan and secretly from Afghanistan. I mentioned you before that those media that it's belong to government. The National Broadcasting Radio and Television Afghanistan has got rid all of its female journalists, and those women that they work with private sector, private channels, TV channels, they should be forced to wear face masks. And I mentioned you before that those reports that related to human rights, to women's rights, to human rights crisis, political crisis, or media trying to publish it. Firstly, they should share those reports with the Taliban government, then they can publish it. But outside of Afghanistan, those media that they are active from outside of Afghanistan, they have still in Afghanistan journalists, but these journalists are working with them secretly, privately, and they are receiving a lot of reports about the political crisis, human rights crisis, women rights crisis from Afghanistan, and they are still trying to have a lot of reports from inside of Afghanistan.
May I add something? Thank you. I think that for Russia, the main problem is not the audience. Yes, it is. Yes, people are tired of war, but the delivering of information. Most of the news outlets are blocked in Russia. Mihr company, yes, it's an extremist organization in Russia. So everything is blocked. Twitter is blocked, Facebook is blocked, Instagram is blocked, all the media are blocked, everything is blocked except YouTube. Why YouTube isn't blocked? Because YouTube is highly important, highly popular, and they have nothing to offer. Yes, so they're building the platform right now, and surely they will block YouTube. And we were waiting for this blocking like every month for last many years. Unless it isn't blocked, there's a lot of Russian, I think I can say this is our real television. Yes, there are a lot of things we are hugely popular with tens of millions of subscribers, with millions and millions and tens of millions of views, which is 100% independent. We have this, and people watch this. So the main problem is the delivering of information. And actually, we can solve this problem because the VPN is, yes, it's okay, but only 20% of the population, and I'll mention it again, that we have no proper statistic in Russia, but still, not more than 20% of people use VPN. So Russia is closing right now, and this is a problem because our internet, which was one of the freest internet 15 years ago, right now is closing, and this is the work in progress, and the situation next year and year after that will be worse, much worse. And we need to understand that in Russia we can't describe the situation because in months the situation will be worse. So we're waiting for the end, yes, of this for last more than 10 years, and it became worse and worse, and we don't know where will it end. Yeah, we just don't know.
Thank you very much. This panel has really been great. Like you've heard, all of them founded something. So it's not just that they do things for the sake of it, but actually they want to make impact and even continue the mentorship program. Thank you very much for your contribution this afternoon, and to the audience, thank you for listening to us.
Thank you.
Very much. And so can they allow me to call Viktor Schluter. Viktor Schluter is the project manager, Digital Security Lab from Reporters Without Borders, to talk about identifying digital surveillance with civil forensics.
Hello, hello. Nice, thank you. Yes, My name is Viktor, and I'm the technical lead, the head of the Digital Security Lab at Reporters Without Borders. And I was asked if I can give a short presentation about the current state of malware for smartphones. And sure, I can. I work at the Digital Security Lab from Reporters Without Borders, which is kind of 1.5 to 2 years old, depending on how you count. And we basically do the three following things. We first do forensic analysis on digital attacks. So if something happened and people are unsure if it was malign or benign, people come to us. We also do security trainings for journalists who are in need of such things. For you, if you're a journalist or know people, you can just visit training.lab.rsf.org and just book a training with a dedicated IT security trainer. And we do consultations for both individuals and organizations if they are in need of special consultations and have special questions. For example, protecting the identity of high-risk source or getting data across borders. There's a couple of situations where it makes sense to contact us. For example, if a source was compromised or if data from a device got public somehow or to the police and you don't know how. It makes sense to contact us if journalists are in jail or there's an investigation opened. It makes sense if hardware was seized and you're asking yourself, okay, was something changed on the device? Do we know what was accessed? Or, for example, if people got arrested and it's plausible that something from the device got accessed. However, there's a couple of things that we don't provide, and from experience, it really makes sense to also say that quickly when introducing ourselves. So what we can provide and what nobody actually ever can provide is proving the absence of malware on any device. So because modern smartphone systems, modern operating systems are highly chaotic, and unless you exactly know what you're looking for, you have basically no idea how to prove the absence of something. So in many cases, I absolutely understand the emotional need of people wanting to feel safe and wanting to know, okay, there's nothing there. But from a technical perspective, unfortunately, unless you know specifically what kind of malware, what kind of attack you're checking against, you just can't say, I didn't find anything. You can never say, I guarantee you that there's nothing there. Especially with the current state that usually modern spyware like Pegasus or products of the Intellectual group delete themselves pretty quickly. Sometimes they're only active for 24 hours. So after that time, not the file itself, but only traces in the log data is available. And this is a complex matter of identifying traces, and you can never say, I guarantee you no malware was there. What we also can't do is provide incident response in high pressure situations because we don't have the team size and the global distribution of being online every minute around the day. For something like this, the helpline from Access Now is likely better suited. What we also don't do is denial of service attacks on websites. So if a website is down, that's also better not my team, but for example, the project Collateral Freedom, also from Reporters Without Borders, something that can likely help there. And lastly, we can't help for attacks on corporate IT landscapes because they're just very different to the normal personal IT devices of journalists that we usually work on. So as you've likely heard, there's kind of a problem with spyware right now. And some people even call it a spyware crisis. And this is because of a couple of reasons. First, in the last years, spyware got inherently harder to detect because there was kind of the first breaking stories of big malware campaigns, spyware campaigns, also against journalists. And then some of these spyware vendors, for example, the Intellectual group and the NSO group, who's making Pegasus, started protecting their spyware much better against being detected. So in the beginning, they just didn't care. They're basically a commercial company, so if there's no downside in being detected, they just accept being detected. But as soon as people started digging into that, they started to take care more and more. So it gets much harder to detect attacks. And also today there's many more companies. So in the beginning it was like a very small group, and today experts guess around 20, maybe more. So it becomes increasingly hard to track all of them, to track what they're doing, and we just know there's likely quite a lot on the world map that we just don't see yet. And that's kind of the idea of the Digital Security Lab, to shed light in the darkness, to look around and to help to make these invisible attacks visible. Yeah, so and as I was asked here to talk some about malware, I thought there's some interesting differentiations I could present to you, like talk a bit how malware works and what can be done to detect that. So one aspect about modern malware is that you can differentiate it between one-click infections, between zero-click infections, and between normal phishing attacks. And for one-click infections, they work in the following way. People get, for example, an SMS saying, hey, I'm your parcel service. Parcel is somewhere. Please click on this link. And if you click on this link, a website opens in your web browser, and it's loading a exploit for your web browser, and then it's infecting your device, which is nothing of this is nice, but it's kind of nice for you and for us investigating, because there was some user interaction with the user, so this is something the user might potentially remember. There is some link somewhere, so somehow the data point had to get to the user. So if it was sent via Messenger or something else, maybe there's a trace where you can find that. Maybe it was a file name, so you can look for the file. So it's a bit easier to investigate. However, in the last years, things shifted to zero-click infections. So today, you mostly see zero-click infections on the market, on the world, happening out there, which is attacks that basically happen without any user interaction, which is a problem because of many ways. First, because the user has no recollection, no chance of remembering, okay, I clicked on this thing and this was weird. And secondly, it's much harder to investigate because there's not this obvious thing, this obvious link, this obvious file somewhere in your Messenger history to look for. And they are completely different from phishing attacks, and this is also maybe something that's interesting to say once more. For phishing attacks, attackers just steal your password and don't access your device and don't execute anything on your device. So it's kind of like they just get your password, and with that password they can log into a server online, but they can't do anything on your device. Your device, if somebody got your password, your device is safe, but you need to change your password. That's something to say about malware. Another thing is that there's a difference between zero-day and one-day exploits. And maybe I should explain what an exploit is. So you can think of modern software as kind of like a complex mechanical machinery of weird things with a couple of holes in there that kind of look like keyholes where you can put keys in. They are supposed to work in one way, and if you spend hundreds of hours looking at this mechanical thing, maybe you find some holes where you can enter your own keys, and if you turn them, the machine does what you want it to do and not what the developers wanted it to do, and that's an exploit. The hole is the vulnerability, and that key is the exploit. And so the thing is, with zero-day exploits, that's how usually attacks happen. Zero-day exploits are called like this because there's 0 days since they was found. So there was no chance for any software vendor to create a security update and to install that on the phone. So basically, if you have for an iPhone, if you have a zero-day exploit, that's an immensely valuable weapon because basically all iPhones here in the room and basically all iPhones in the world are going to be vulnerable to that thing. So it's a big burden, and because of that, they're really, really expensive. So by now, it's really hard to find zero-day exploits in phones. Usually, you need like a couple of exploits chained together until they actually work. They're worth millions of dollars, but because there's a market for it, unfortunately, people still search for them and still sell them instead of giving that to the software vendors, and therefore they're not fixed but sold to people using it for spyware. And end-day exploits on the other side work differently, because this is something, so n is like the mathematical thing for a number. So end-day exploits are already known for some days. So usually the software, the people who make the product, had the chance to publish a security update, which is nice for users because then you had the chance to download the software update, the security update, and then your device is not vulnerable anymore. But it's also really nice for attackers because for the users who didn't download security updates, they are still vulnerable, and now the exploits are basically free. Because in every security update, you can see what the people publishing the update changed in the code, and then you can see where the security vulnerability was, and you can basically use that for free. So people, or like devices that haven't installed the current security updates are a really big problem. And I'm going to say this later again, but it's a really big problem using, for example, Android devices without current security updates installed. So we often get asked what can malware do if it's active on a device? And you can think of it as, I don't know, a modern smartphone operating system has like lots of buckets laying around, and these buckets are objects, and that's the apps. And a normal app can't jump out of that bucket because the bucket's of steel or something. So the app is contained in that bucket. You call it a sandbox in an operating system. And the app, there's a really controlled thing of like what the app can do. However, for spyware needs to jump out of that bucket to be useful for anything. If you have spyware, you wanted to spy, yes, you wanted to have access to any sort of data. And the interesting thing is, to get that access, the spyware needs to jump out of the bucket, and then it has access to anything. So like from a technical perspective, there's no like getting access to half of your device. It's either nothing or everything. So in practice, that means if a spyware has defected a device, that's all emails, all WhatsApp messages, basically every messenger message, all files. It could record calls, it can turn on the microphone even if you're not calling anybody, it can turn on the camera, it can access all files, and a big problem, it can also modify all files, which is like a very big issue, and I think this hasn't gotten traction yet, but even for all lawful interception purposes, from a technical perspective, even if you say, okay, you're only allowed to access these files, from a technical perspective, every spyware is able to modify, change, delete, and add any files to a phone. And from a forensic perspective, I'm pretty sure even forensic examiners from agencies are not going to find that. So that's like a big, big issue with spyware. Once spyware has infected a phone, you can't really trust a device, and you can't really trust the data on it, and it's very plausible that people might be able to add data actually to it. It's a big risk. So what can we do? As I said, in modern times, in many cases, spyware infections don't last very long. In many cases, they, for example, stop when you restart your phone, which makes it much more harder to investigate such attacks. So if you're really lucky, you find the actual program on the device. If you're less lucky and some time went since the infection, there's still lots of log data on the phone. So like diagnose files, data usage, what the network did, what the battery did. And then that's some work. But if you do that work, you can find how the presence of spyware changed things in these logs. And if you analyze that thoroughly, you are able to prove that malware was active on devices. However, these logs have a retention period. So after some time, they get deleted. So the shorter you, the less time went by from the point of infection to the point of your analysis, the higher your chances are to finding anything. And the longer the time goes, it gets much harder to prove anything and to find out anything. Then I wanted to very quickly go over the absolute bare minimum basics of defending against such attacks. So like the absolute obvious basics are strong passwords and encrypted communication wherever possible. And in many cases, it makes sense to think about actually where you want to store your data. And sometimes it's a possibility to store it offline so it can't get hacked by something that has zero-click exploits and like your data is gone before you know it. Also, please always install your security updates because that's the only thing protecting you from the wide range of end-day exploits that are all out there. Especially this is something relevant for Android phones because they often don't get many security updates. Yeah. And there's basically only two configurations that we really can recommend, especially for people with a more delicate security situation, which is iPhones in lockdown mode and Android phones with Graphene OS. And basically nothing else, unfortunately. That's the world we've arrived at. So lockdown mode for iPhones is a setting. You can find it. It's Blockierungsmodus in German. You can find it in your phone settings. And it's basically just turning on a couple of security settings that I personally highly recommend to you. I'm using it on my private device since 2 years, and some websites look a little less pretty, but apart from that, everything works the same for me, at least. But I think should be fine. And this is like, I would say most of the attacks we've seen in the past year or more wouldn't have worked with lockdown mode, as far as we know. So this is like a very big improvement on security. There's no such thing as perfect security, but it's like a big step in the right direction. And for Android, like if you go to a marketplace in an electronics store and buy some Android device, the security level is likely going to be really bad, pretty bad. For Android, the only thing we really can recommend is Graphene OS, which is only available for Google Pixel phones. So you need to buy a Google Pixel phone and then install Graphene OS on it, which is not that hard. If you need help, contact us. And for like even more radical measures makes sense in extreme situations where we're actually sure that some state actors are trying to get access to data on your device. Sometimes it actually can make sense, for example, to remove the SIM card or even to remove the antenna itself, because like as long as you have a phone that's connected to cellular service, people are going to be able to interact with your phone without you knowing about it. And if people interact with your phone and they have something like a baseband exploit, they potentially can attack your phone without you knowing anything and without you being able to do anything. So that's basically everything I wanted to present here today. If you or anybody you know is in trouble or needs help or consultations or has interesting cases for us, please contact us. Our email address is also on our website. We currently mostly only speak German and English, but we're funding for translators, so I think we can make it work. That's it from my side, and I think you're going to say something about the break, right? Cool, thank you. For questions, I'm going to be here for the break. So if you have questions, come to me. That's it from me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Viktor, for the very interesting presentation. I would like to kindly invite you all to the coffee break. And thank you very much for listening with a lot of interest. And yes, the session is over, and we'll go to the coffee break. Thank you. Please don't forget to come back at 5:15.
So what an impressive light here on the stage. So thanks a lot for coming here back after the coffee break. So very warm welcome to our board members from Friedrich-Naumann-Foundation who joined us directly after their session today. So together with Reporters Without Borders, we invited 5 really wonderful women to contribute to our conference now. You may have noticed there wasn't really a gender equality on the stage, and it will be the same for the next session. So Ana Santos, who is a really impressive, and I met her today for the very first time, I have to say, an impressive and amazing journalist, suggested by Reporters Without Borders, really to do the interview with Maria Ressa, is going to introduce herself. So I may say that I was really impressed, not only about her career, but especially again about her focus also on gender and women topics and related issues like sexual violence and also health issues with a focus on women. She's working as a columnist at Rappler in the Philippines, but also here in Germany with Deutsche Welle, and has a broad, really background with different multimedias. Before Anna's taking over at the end of today's session, it's really a pleasure to have Renata Alt here with us. She's a member of the German Bundestag, the parliament here in Berlin. And Renata Alt is the chairwoman of the Committee on Human Rights and Humanitarian Aid. So she and her team, they are the first contact persons as soon as the German Bundestag is approached also in human rights questions and human rights politics. Renate Schroeder, another impressive woman, I have to say, is the director of the European Federation of Journalists. So you may notice that we do not have the German perspective with a German member of the Bundestag, but also with Renate Schroeder, a European perspective on our topics. So she will bring in the Brussels, let's say, point of view here on the stage, really from the perspective of the European Federation of Journalists, with maybe the topics of the European Media Freedom Act, and we will be surprised what we will learn from her point of view. But let us start with Ilze Kehris, and you may be surprised, another impressive woman. So number 5 here on the stage today, Mrs. Kehris, originally from Latvia. She joins us today as Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights. It was several times already mentioned. And she's heading the office of the UN Human Rights in New York. So with her background, not only in political science and also human rights, she had an impressive career. Inter alia, I can mention only a couple of your positions, I have to say, as an independent expert member of the UN Nations Human Rights Committee, but also as director of the Office of the OSCE, High Commissioner on National Minorities. And she used to be also the chairperson of the management board of the European Union Fundamental Rights Agency. So it's really a pleasure here to have all 5 ladies on board. Warm applause already for them here. Ms. Kehris, I hand over to you first, and we start with a UN perspective, please.
Well, thank you so much, really, for the opportunity to be here. And it's already been so inspiring and so important to be able to listen and learn. I think that's really what we are all here for, I hope. It is, I think we had in the very beginning, it's of course, we're coming finally very close to the day when we are supposed to celebrate and certainly commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration for Human Rights, just a couple of days away. And I think that's really that moment to also look at, we were just talking about how we, maybe when we come together, that we tend to have the audiences who already believe in what we're doing coming together, which is very important because we learn from each other, we share our experiences. But also, this gives us an opportunity, these celebrations, to try to see how can we mobilize and reach out more broadly and get more people on board and not be caught in this preaching to the converted setting as we sometimes are with human rights, and I think in particular also when it comes to say freedom of expression and safety of journalists. And I want to just very quickly to talk about those things that we know are evident, which is, one is the universality of the Universal Declaration. At the UN, you are well aware that the crises in the world are sadly only increasing. The old ones have not gone away, new ones are there. The real cost for those violent conflicts and other crises are, of course, paid by regular human beings, and of course, sadly, also by journalists. But we also have a crisis still continued on human rights, where we increasingly, in that very polarized setting that we encounter at the United Nations, we start hearing again the arguments, the narrative that the Universal Declaration or human rights at all are just decided by some countries who are imposing them on the rest of the world. And of course, therefore, using the Universal Declaration as a way of mobilizing, coming back to that message of the universality. At its very source, not only that all of the member states of the United Nations actually agreed to it, and there is a real commitment, but also those 75 years ago, what maybe is slightly less known is the diversity of all of those who participated in the drafting. And we know, of course, that that includes also women. It's not only men from different parts, all parts of the world, but also women, very importantly. I think everyone knows and refers to Eleanor Roosevelt, of course. But we also had very strong and important women contributing, like Minerva Bernardino from the Dominican Republic, Hansa Mehta, of course, from India, as well as Begum Sheikha Akram, sorry about massacring the names, but Ikraman Mullah, and she was, of course, from Pakistan. And I think that's an important part to come back to, that we really have that at its source, and how do we translate that today? The other part, the indivisibility of rights, that we really are talking about all the rights. So yes, we're civil and political rights. We need to work also on social, economic, and cultural rights. But it's not one or the other. It really are all rights together. And of course, freedom of expression is very much one of those that bridges across all of them. So the interconnectivity of the rights. We have Article 19, of course, the freedom of expression, and very importantly, when we spoke about also including the right to access information as part of that. But of course, the interconnectedness with Article 19 and all of the other, including the right to life, very importantly in this context, but of course, the right to participation and all the other rights as well. So how do we do? What I particularly was struck by here, and also from what we heard already, is not only sometimes when we talk about, there's of course safety of journalists, and we come to human rights and the freedom of expression, but talking about groups, we look at, for instance, harassment, intimidation, other kinds of attacks on human rights defenders. On specific subgroups, women human rights defenders have been particularly exposed, environmental human rights defenders. And then sometimes we group together when we do reports with journalists and sometimes trade unionists. And I was particularly struck here by what I think the very important point, that human rights, that journalists actually are human rights defenders. That it is in that investigative journalism, it's not one or the other, but that really is the big contribution to human rights. One of the very important roles that we have as in our human rights body of the United Nations, and we are in more than 100 countries in the field globally, so not headquarters only, but really that work in the field. The very important work is, of course, working where people live, the real lives of real people matter. And there it is the monitoring and reporting of human rights, the verification of information. All of this is part of a human rights officers' work. And of course, it's very much part of the work that journalists, investigative journalists do in any case, however we call it. So I think that is really the point of also coming together and finding those bridges and supporting each other, not as separate parts of this community, but really doing that work together. At the United Nations, we are, of course, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights that I represent, are together with UNESCO working specifically on the safety of journalists as well, and we cover that under the Sustainable Development Goals, the indicators that come under Goal 16 that really go to these questions is something that we work on and follow and monitor very specifically. We know also from the reports when we're talking about the killings this year, when we're talking about, as you know better in this room than anyone else, that over the years, there's been, of course, a tracking of a number that has been increasing in the last couple of years of actual killings of journalists. We have the conflict-related ones and non-conflict-related ones. If in the past there were more non-conflict situation killings, then sadly, starting with Ukraine, that was mentioned already, the number went up last year, and sadly, without going into any politics of anything, but since 7th of October, the numbers, of course, have shot through the roof. That will be a very, very bad year for journalists killed this year. We are following then the monitoring and that. I will not, I know we don't have a lot of time, so I just wanted to mention a couple of those things that we are also working on and reporting on at the United Nations, both at the Human Rights Council and also in New York at the General Assembly. We are, of course, very concerned about the context of civic space. We were talking about this too. All of the health of civic space is not what it should be. We still have restrictions that increasingly, both with legislation, as you know, but also harassment, intimidation, and in other ways attacks on members of civil society, but civic space more broadly, unfortunately, including then also the role of media and journalists, is clearly something that we need to work increasingly on the protection on. We are reporting on it and also coming with recommendations and of what member states really should be doing. The main responsibility, of course, being the member states on there in creating the legislative framework, the protection environment, the obligation to protect. So it's not only an obligation of having a framework that prevents or that prevents violations as such, but really the obligation to also protect. But we also talk in this relation about so many of those more newer challenges that we're having. The cross-border situation was mentioned already. This is something I myself have a mandate from the Secretary General to be the senior official at the UN in charge of reprisals for persons who cooperate with the UN. So it's more restricted to that cooperation than Mary Lawlor covers all that we had initially, human rights defenders more broadly. But this is that particular context. But there we also see, when we look at cases, that in many, and not just those that were mentioned, we have it in several parts of the world, where cross-border or extraterritorial threats to human rights defenders and journalists, of course, unfortunately, is also a trend that we're seeing is increasing, and we need to find a way to deal with it. Under that reprisals mandate, what I also found we produce a report yearly of the Secretary General. We had also last year, the surveillance that was mentioned has been already a couple of years, and certainly online surveillance that increased tremendously under COVID, but it's still there, is something that we continue to see the trends of, but including now post-COVID, where we see how that surveillance and also hate speech and incitement to hatred is, and particularly targeting women and women journalists, as well as women human rights defenders, that it really, we see how it is spilling over into actual violence in real life. And I think that's a very important thing to also note, not that it's decreasing online, but on the contrary, that with that linkage that sometimes was questioned in the past, where the speech can link to reality, but there, when real incitement cases we see, unfortunately, that is something we also see. We also see, and you may know that UNESCO has had reports, and I will stop very shortly, of over 70% of all women journalists reported. That was a report already, I think, from a couple of years ago, but that 73%, I think, of women journalists reported having been harassed and sexually harassed online, which is a very specific forms of harassment, as you know, that women defenders and journalists experience. And sadly, of course, that does lead, all of these does lead to self-censorship challenges as well, which we also need to address, and we are struggling with how to address this, because of course we need to provide the protective environment for that to be able to be effectively addressed. The shutdowns were mentioned very briefly, I think, internet shutdowns. We've had a report on internet shutdowns and the effect that that has as well, and we will continue following this. Of course, it is primarily happening in political situations, for instance, during elections or other kinds of protests and so on, very clearly affecting the work of journalists, and not just because of the reporting that is then missing, but also the safety of journalists as a result. So again, something that we will continue to work on. We've had, in the report on privacy that we also have dealt both with the surveillance with Pegasus, of course, and the other, and the human rights safeguards that need to be in place for any such technology to be able to be used and applied, and certainly also the obligation, not only there of the member states of governments, but also the obligation under business and human rights for actually the companies themselves to take certain measures to ensure that that is in place. And we will continue both advocating for it and reporting on it. Finally, we have also had the issue of encryption. I noted that in the more very practical guidance we got, encryption was there, but as we know, increasingly there are new kinds of laws being adopted that encroach on various areas, and one of them is also the prohibition of encryption in many cases, which of course it can very seriously impact both the actual work and also the safety of journalists and defenders. But I will end on just one more issue, and just hopefully on a hopeful note as well. And that is, I think you already stressed in the beginning, the key issue being impunity. As long as impunity remains, and we do have it, of course, with the as we know, more than 80–85% of cases that are not prosecuted, that are not investigated, that keep impunity, and you already pointed to them. But we know that there also is a cycle of violence that is fed by impunity. So it's absolutely essential to work together on this, to make sure that we do, as the Office of the High Commissioner in the field. We have many countries where we are advising, and in some cases actually managing to get a buy-in on creating frameworks, both legislative frameworks, institutional ones, access to justice, and to promote accountability. But clearly this is a huge work we need to continue doing together. So my only end word of hope here then is that with all of this long list that I think we mostly agree on of what we have to do, is, of course, that we can do it together, and let's use the Universal Declaration. Yeah, let's use these moments to really mobilize beyond our circle who are so committed to these questions, to make sure that we can also convey the message more broadly and get more action to actually implement those beautiful, aspirational, and fantastic transformative goals that we have in the Universal Declaration, and really hope that they will become reality someday very soon. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think everything is said, so I can keep it short. but maybe sometimes it's good to repeat some issues, especially as we are talking here with very serious issues. So, yeah, good afternoon. I'm Renate Schroeder. I'm very pleased to have been invited by the Friedrich-Naumann-Foundation and Reporter ohne Grenzen to this indeed very important and timely event today. In my contribution, I will give you a more general picture of journalists' main challenges in Europe, what tools we have, and why independent journalist organizations, whenever possible, together with like-minded actors, are crucial to help create this enabling environment for journalists you just mentioned. The panel earlier showed us how much we owe all these brave journalists who risk their lives and mental health to uncover human rights abuses. Though Europe is still, according to RSF, the safest place for journalists, we all know that we witness daily deterioration. Solidarity with journalists, which is the title of my presentation, must therefore be high on all our agendas if we wish to preserve the people's right to know and much more. Just a few words about the EFJ, the European Federation of Journalists, which is the European umbrella organization of journalist unions and associations in all Council of Member States, plus Russia, plus Belarus, working from exile. We have 73 members in 45 European countries. We represent organizations of very different strengths, fighting all the increased and indeed unprecedented attacks against journalists, be they freelancers, be they working for public service media, investigative journalists, digital journalists, or local journalists. Capacity building and organizing is an important part of the EFJ's objectives. Our headquarters are in Brussels, and besides advocacy work with the EU and the Council of Europe, we are involved in a lot of projects, mostly financed by the European Commission, including on support for freelancers, on safety training and risk assessment, on self-regulation, monitoring, as we heard, a very important tool indeed, not only monitoring as journalists, but monitoring attacks against journalists, support for local media, media literacy, and of course, artificial intelligence. The war in the Ukraine has shattered our community. 6 solidarity centers for journalists have been established by our affiliate, the National Union of Journalists in the Ukraine, with the help of the EFJ, the IFJ, and UNESCO. The IFJ and EFJ Safety Fund for Ukrainian journalists is collected by our affiliates to express their solidarity. I wish to stress that without the great cooperation with other like-minded media freedom, civil society, and digital rights organizations, where possibly also our employer organizations, the European Broadcasting Union, publishers organizations, we would not be able to face all those rising challenges. And here I would like to thank the Naumann-Stiftung as well for its commitment, continued commitment for press freedom. Journalism in Europe is at risk of a collective burnout. And the challenges are huge, we've heard it, especially for a sector which is being more and more weakened, both economically and politically, and not only by our usual suspects, the illiberal governments like Hungary or up to recently Poland, now again Slovakia, also by countries like France, Greece, Italy, and many more, and, of course, by the unprecedented power of the platforms, as our Maria Ressa so eloquently put it, the invisible atomic bomb by the, to use the EU terminology, very large online platforms. We call them flops. Yes, journalists in Europe are tired. Many face burnouts, mental health problems, they are harassed, physically attacked, and many live under extreme precarious conditions. They are fighting legal battles, in particular so-called slaps, which hinders them from doing their work in the public interest. As we heard, they are surveyed by spyware, they are censored or they auto-censor themselves to stay in the job, They face impunity, I think you hear it for the third time, of crimes against journalists and impunity of crimes exposed by journalists. To recall, there are still 5 cases of impunity regarding journalists brutally killed alone in the European Union. Too often, ruling politicians who are designated to promote this enabling environment for journalism we like to refer to are the ones who make the conditions for journalists indeed more difficult, dangerous. Often, it is also the media owners who pursue political or economic interests and capture the media for their own interests, which are, as we all know, opposite the public interest. And when there is a lack of political will at national level, European or international instruments are needed. That's why we are fighting hard for a strong European Media Freedom Act at European level to be implemented into national law by all, hopefully, 27 member states. We have welcomed that the European Commission has realized that to face the challenges for our European democracies, for the rule of law and the European integration process, regulation of the digital and media infrastructure is urgent. And the European Commission has come up with, in the last 3 years, with several legislations, including on a Digital Service and a Digital Market Act, on anti-SLAPP legislation, the just mentioned European Media Freedom Act, which is in the final stages of its making, hopefully, and the Artificial Intelligence Act. It also adopted in September 21 some excellent EU guidelines on the safety of journalists. They are called the Recommendation on the Protection, Safety and Empowerment of Journalists, building up on similar guidelines which had been adopted by the Council of Europe in 2016. These guidelines help specifically our members to remind politicians of their duties. They give practical examples on training, in particular with the police, on monitoring and support mechanisms, like we already have in some countries, on the importance of access to both venues and sources of information. They also remind member states to contribute to the creation of this enabling professional environment, in particular for freelance journalists and for journalism as a public good, which is the motto of the European Federation of Journalists. This Monday, I was invited to speak about these guidelines on the safety of journalists. We discussed the challenges around improved governance and cooperation mechanisms among all stakeholders involved and between the national and the European institutions, including the Council of Europe and the OSCE media representatives. And we just heard from the UN level that actually you have the same mechanisms. The Council of Europe just launched a campaign called Journalists Matter. In fact, to remind governments of their obligations they have all signed. The OSCE Media Freedom Representative launched a few weeks ago a toolbox for the safety of journalists and against online threats for women journalists can put on their phone. Another proof that we do not lack initiatives, practical ideas at supranational level. What have we been able to do in the EU, and its applicant countries since March 22, also in Moldova and the Ukraine, with the financial help of the European Commission, has been monitoring and data collection of all the attacks against journalists. Together with 5 other partner organizations and coordinated by the Leipzig-based European Center for Press and Media Freedom, the EFJ is an active partner in such daily monitoring systematic exercise. Many of our affiliates use these figures to ring the alarm bells and urge their governments to take action, including in Germany. A systematic monitoring in the Council of Europe region has started with the launch of the Council of Europe Safety of Journalists platform in 2015. This soft diplomacy tool entails yearly reports about trends and is led by now 15 leading journalist press freedom groups, including the EFJ and RSF. It is administered by a secretariat. It includes a reply rate from governments and many useful statistics. Out of almost 1,700 alerts in 42 countries since 2015, 339 alerts have been resolved. And that is a reason for us to continue this very resourceful work. We said it before, 49 journalists have been killed, of which 15 journalists alone in the Ukraine. There are 73 in detention and 22 cases of impunity in Europe. Since the war in the Ukraine, many journalists have shown courage and too many paid with their lives for the right to report following Russia's aggression in the Ukraine. Not to mention the by now 63 journalists who have been killed in Israel and Gaza, the deadliest we ever had. The fact that many of these attacks go unpunished threatens the very foundation of our societies, as outlined earlier. To foster dialogue with the member states when dealing with such sensitive issues is crucial. When looking at the data every year, the total number of alerts grows, while the number of state replies has been reduced in the last year to 35%. Before, it was almost 50%. On Monday, we also discussed how best to prevent online threats against journalists. We heard it today, in particular against female journalists. The Media Freedom Rapid Response Mechanism has identified online harassment as a specific problem, and I think you're not surprised. All qualitative research points towards a significant underreporting of the problem. One reason for this is that many journalists have grown accustomed to online harassment and have come to see it as being part of their job. Women journalists are targeted twice, as professionals and as women. We agreed that more data is needed here as a first step to get governments involved, so also more awareness raising and training to be resilient. We have done a lot of workshops and training sessions to discuss these issues, the need to speak up, the need to find better protection measures, both in the newsroom and online. The dialogue with the platform here is very important. I'm not sure if it's useful, but also with the employers to insist on the employer's duty of care. We know that self-censorship and brain drain are otherwise inevitable. Another issue, and that is my last point before coming to some concluding remarks, covered by the guidelines and monitored as a rising trend, has been the attacks against media during protest and demonstration. This has happened in Germany. I see Sabine is nodding. Though, since the end of the pandemic, such attacks have been reduced, they nevertheless continue with wars in Ukraine, now Israel, Gaza, and with populist movements getting louder. The right to free assembly and association is a vital underpinning of pluralist democracy. However, reporters covering these rallies frequently find themselves under attack, weakening their ability to cover demonstrations and to inform the public, and not always duly protected by the police, sometimes even harassed. Many journalists have been victims of the police and law enforcement, but in some countries, our members have been able to launch institutions that help journalists to get priority protection, better access to law enforcement, hotlines, and training. The Dutch example of Persweilig is being copied in several other European countries, in Belgium, Croatia, North Macedonia, Greece, for example. Several members have engaged with training with the police, and often with quite good success. What has been a major outcome of the report on the implementation of the recommendations is that journalists, unions, and associations have been the main drivers and actors in support of such safety measures, but they need support. So, Solidarity with journalists and among journalists is ever more important and indeed a great challenge. In times of lacking business models, lack of trust in journalism and media, partly caused by lack of investment in resources, by lack of investment in training, by precarity, clickbait journalism, and a brain drain, especially among women and young people, in times of social media consumption, filter bubbles, journalism shaped by algorithmic processes and disinformation, in times of an uprise in populist movements where journalists are misperceived as part of the elite, yes, solidarity with journalists has become rare. Solidarity among journalists is improving, not everywhere, but in several countries. Some of our affiliates have been very successful in strengthening the solidarity, specifically among staff and freelance journalists, and getting freelancers included in agreements, be it on inflation, on collective agreements, for example. Unions fight for the motto that journalism has its price. And in several countries, the collective power of otherwise very individual freelancers are growing. As Sandra rightly said, we also have to convince the audiences that journalism has a price. We need new alliances that support journalism as a public good. We need the elected citizens to remind politicians of the importance of media freedom. It cannot be that national security imperatives become before this right, as we just see it once more when finalizing this historical landmark European Media Freedom Act I just mentioned, when France insists on a national security exemption when dealing with the protection of journalist sources and protection from spyware. As Christian Mihr said in the introduction, such spyware is a major threat on media freedom. So we wonder what this double speech entails. We will have European elections next year, and unless we get the facts right, we may face a parliament which is increasingly anti-European, anti-democratic, and anti-human rights defenders, I'm afraid. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to be here today and to speak to you. Many thanks to the Friedrich-Naumann-Foundation and Reporters Without Borders for organizing this very important event. Defending human rights has never been as crucial as it is today, and journalists are playing an invaluable part in doing so. Whether it is in Ukraine, China, Russia, or anywhere else in the world, journalists are at the forefront of human rights defenders. There is awareness of grave human rights violations every day. As such, journalists are often deliberately targeted by autocratic governments that want to prevent their human rights abuses from being exposed. Thus, protecting journalists is crucial. The Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights Declaration on Human Rights Defenders states that human rights defenders should be protected against any arbitrary action as a consequence of the legitimate exercise of the rights referred to in the Declaration. Those being, among others, the freedom of opinion and expression and the right to gain access to information. The Declaration also states that the work of human rights defenders should be reinforced by creating an enabling environment. And I believe that 25 years after the implementation of the Declaration on Human Rights Defenders, this is where we have some work to do. In April, I had the opportunity to join a conference the Friedrich-Naumann-Foundation organized on the freedom of press in Russia and Belarus. Since the beginning of the Russian war of aggression, at least 1,000 Russian journalists have left the country. Entire editorial offices of well-known newspapers such as Novaya Gazeta, Meduza, and many other smaller media outlets have had to flee and have since been reporting from the Baltic states, but also from Berlin. A focal point in the discussion was how journalists in exile can be supported so that they can carry on with their invaluable work. In my opinion, it is our responsibility to help those human rights defenders that have taken great personal risks. It is extremely significant to support those voices of resistance so that they can continue reporting on the grave human rights abuses committed by the Russian and Belarusian regimes. If the autocrats could not silence them, we can't allow exile and a lack of support and resources to do so instead. Protecting and supporting journalists that face threats is our responsibility. A few measures that I deem important in order to fulfill this responsibility are, first, the facilitation of visa processes for journalists from countries where they are endangered due to their work. Second, legal certainty for opposition media representatives. A European solution is the only way to achieve this. My third point is we must make sure to pool the resources. Exile media should be supported also financially, but the support cannot stem from only the state media and funds. It is therefore necessary to discuss the funding of exile media. Personally, I think these two need to be addressed on a European level. Lastly, we need to make sure that opposition journalists are truly safe in the EU from the far-reaching hands of the respective autocratic governments. Speaking of the European level, another point that I would like to address is the fact that the freedom of press and the safety of journalists are also endangered in some EU member states. This is a dangerous trend. It is unacceptable that an EU member state, such as Greece, due to the use of the Pegasus spyware against journalists, ranks behind Qatar in the 2023 World Press Freedom Index by Reporters Without Borders. I grew up in the former Czechoslovakia, so the re-election of Robert Fico as Prime Minister of Slovakia, despite his repeated dismissal of human rights, is very concerning to me, especially considering the fact that his resignation in 2018 was due to the population lack of confidence in Fico following the murder of the investigative journalist Jan Kuciak and his fiancée. Fico has already informed 4 media outlets, one of them a former employer of Jan Kuciak, that he will no longer talk to them because they spread openly hostile positions based on false or incomplete positions and the concealment of information. The situation in Slovakia, but also in Greece, Hungary, Malta, and other EU member states calls for decisive action from the EU to protect journalists, the freedom of expression, and the freedom of press, not only from forces outside of the EU, but also from within. The European Media Freedom Act can only be a first step towards this and needs to be continuously and carefully re-evaluated regarding its effectiveness in protecting journalists. The EU likes to present itself as a champion of freedom and human rights. We must unceasingly fight to ensure that we live up to this role and the responsibility that comes with it. Hence, protecting journalists within and outside of the EU needs to be a priority. Journalists are at the forefront of human rights defenders. It is our duty to protect them, to ensure that human rights violations are exposed, documented, and ultimately prosecuted. Journalists play a crucial role in this too. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention, and thank you for all that you do to champion human rights, the freedom of press, and the freedom of opinion today and every day. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hi. Guten Abend. I'm practicing the little German that I know. Today, we opened our event listening to journalists from different parts of the world. So we listened to Wazhma from Afghanistan, Ilze from Russia, and Sandra from Mexico. They're from different parts of the world, but these journalists, all of their stories, carry this very alarming, similar thread. All of them in one way or another, and in different ways, were being prosecuted, harassed, or intimidated for reporting, for doing their job. I'm Ana P. Santos. I am a Filipino journalist, and I have the ultimate privilege of moderating this next session, where we will talk to someone who, like many of the journalists here today, know firsthand what it's like when your government comes after you. Certainly, she needs no further introduction, but please join me in giving a warm round of applause to veteran journalist, Rappler CEO, and Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Maria Ressa. So Maria and I, just to give you a bit of a background, Maria and I actually worked together in Rappler, and before the day when sexual reproductive health rights was something that people took seriously as a reporting topic, Rappler, under the leadership of Maria, gave me the platform to speak about it. So never was there a time when Rappler and Maria were intimidated taking on controversial topics.
In Asia's largest Roman Catholic nation.
Yes. Maria, welcome to Berlin and welcome to this event.
No, it's great to be here. Thank you for having me.
I'm going to jump right in by, Maria, you've said coming in February, you would have been a journalist for 38 years?
She said veteran, right? That means old. So, yes.
Experienced. But you've also said that you've never seen it this bad. And when you talk about this, our current environment, you've used words like techmageddon, information dystopia. Today you also said invisible atomic bomb. What do we mean by this?
I mean, everything that you've heard today, everything summarized by every one of the speakers, to a degree, it does boil down to impunity, right? And the impunity, I would push it forward. It starts with tech. When you turn the world upside down, there are consequences to that. And I peg it to the time when the very information, the pathways of information, what we would call in journalism, the distribution of your journalism is taken over by technology. So this really happened around 2014. Technology took over the journalists' role as the gatekeepers to the public sphere, but unlike news organizations, they didn't have standards and ethics, they didn't have transparency, nor accountability. accountability is the critical part. So when they abdicated responsibility to protect the public sphere, that's when everything began to turn upside down. I started to call this death by 1,000 cuts. Everything that you heard from Russia to Mexico to, what's our last country? Oh, Afghanistan, right? To Afghanistan. Everything, impunity happens more and more when your gatekeeping powers turn the world upside down. What do I mean by that? I'll peg it to just one algorithmic decision. And this we didn't know until 2018, when an MIT study showed that lies spread 6 times faster than facts. Imagine, news organizations are competing for distribution, and the winner is the liar, and is messaging that lies, right? And what we saw in our data in the Philippines, data is everything here, right? What we saw in the data is if you lace it with fear, anger, and hate, it'll spread even faster. That one critical decision to spread lies over facts 6 times faster has turned the world upside down. I always compare it to, Stranger Things in Netflix. We're in the upside down. And I saw Pope Francis yesterday, and I actually said, isn't it against the 10 Commandments to lie? Look at the value system that is implicit in a distribution system that rewards lies. It's like you have a child and you tell your child, lie, I'm gonna reward you. Keep lying, I'm gonna keep rewarding you. Is it any wonder that our information ecosystem is where it is today?
Maria, you talked about how our rage, our anger was capitalized on by social media. But you've also said that now with the coming of AI, it's going to capitalize on our loneliness.
Generative AI.
Generative AI,
so,
yes.
Sorry, I'm very geeky on this thing. It's actually fascinating, kind of horrifically fascinating. Humanity's first contact with artificial intelligence is what is used in social media, right? So machine learning came in. Everything that you post, is there anyone here who doesn't have a cell phone? Everything that you post is gathered by machine learning, creates a model of you that knows you better than you know yourself, right?
Wow.
Replace the word model with clone. So essentially, machine learning clones us, and artificial intelligence takes all of our clones, and that becomes the motherlode database that is used to micro-target you, meaning they will sell your most vulnerable moment to a message to a company or country. Your first sale, the most vulnerable, did you actually approve the sale of, the creation of your clone? Did you approve that AI can take over and use your clone? None of us did. So that's the first contact with AI. You asked about generative AI. What else is built into the business model? Another word that was used often today, surveillance. We didn't even know what this new business model is called until 2019. That's when Shoshana Zuboff, Harvard emeritus professor, wrote a 750-page book. She has testified both in Germany and at the EU numerous times, and she called it surveillance capitalism. So that goes back to all of our clones and all of our data. The commodity here is, it is not about content, it's data. It's how we have been transformed into data, and that data, which the Digital Services Act actually now puts into law, this real-time data is now being given back to all of us to figure out patterns and trends. Let me answer your question. So the next phase, Sorry.
No, we all need a background
I know.
also on AI and generative AI.
So what's generative AI, right? The first artificial intelligence is really just automation. Machine learning is automation. Imagine if an editor makes one choice, then you have a machine to do it, and that one choice is now replicated tens of millions of times, right? If that editor made a mistake, you've just replicated that mistake. And we've seen this many times in coded bias built into the algorithms that now rule our lives, right? Okay, let me go to generative AI, which is what Anna asked about. Generative AI is another technology. So it's large language models is the foundation, right? It's the number of times that we have created the machine, and to make it think in quotes, to make it choose. So all it does, it looks at patterns and trends, and they do this by using something called parameters. So GPT-2, for example, if I'm doing word for word for word, right? GPT-2 uses 1.75 billion parameters. Sorry, 150 billion. So it's like, sorry, let me just make sure I get all of the data right here, right? It's 175.
Still always fact checking.
I don't know. No, I will fact check this for you. It's just that part of what's happened with the parameters at GPT-2 is 1.5 billion parameters, meaning like your brain, I am Maria, right? The next word will go through 1.5 billion parameters, something the machine will do. GPT-3 is 175 billion parameters that came out. GPT-4, this is where they stopped telling us how many parameters they use, and it's now between 1 trillion and 100 trillion, right? GPT-4 is out, GPT-5 is not yet out. So this is the large language model. The machine is just much, much more complex. For lawmakers, have we given up on copyright for news organizations? It costs money to take all of that, and what they've done is just dumped it all into a large language model. What does that mean? If the first generation, the first contact of AI, weaponized our fear, anger, and hate, how did we elect all of those digital authoritarians? Because we were afraid, because our anger was triggered, and an us against them, something we have lived through in different parts of history, right? The tribalism. Now, and this is something you can see from the Surgeon General of the United States report last May, he talked about an epidemic of loneliness. Generative AI, if you look at a company, a startup like Replica, if you Google it, you'll see that it promises you your own best friend, your constant companion, generative AI. So when I saw a lot of this coming in and how 100 million people actually used ChatGPT in its first month, this is your constant companion. So that the next thread to be weaponized, if we follow the patterns, is our innate loneliness that's in all of us, right? Do you really want a constant companion that isn't human? Sorry, not to scare you.
When I listen to you, I don't know if I'm watching an episode of Black Mirror, or it seems like, oh my God, but this is reality. This is the reality that is looming before us. You've talked a lot about they, and that's being big tech.
Yes.
Now, journalists are used to holding people accountable.
Okay.
How do we hold big tech to account?
We've failed so far, right? Largely, we've failed. And that's partly because what big tech will say is that there's no law. They're not violating any law. In the Nobel lecture, when I talked about how an atom bomb exploded in our information ecosystem, there's absolutely no accountability, and the entire incentive structure rewards the bad, right? Think about that again. I also said that one of the things that America could do immediately, because before TikTok took off, they were largely American companies, was to reform or revoke Section 230 of the 1996 Communications Decency Act. This is what allows impunity, right? Because they're not accountable for it. But this is not like a telephone where they're just providing a service. What they're literally doing is they're putting their thumb on the scale and they're deciding they will make more money if they feed you lies. They will make more money if they incite fear, anger, and hate. And my greatest fear when I was writing the Nobel lecture was, what happens to the goodness of human nature? This is what has been, I use this, if you're my age, I turned 60 this year, in October, right? It's like, you know the cartoons with the devil and the angel on your shoulder, and they're, you're making a really, really tough decision, and the devil is telling you, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. And the angel is saying, no, don't do it. It's bad. Other people will get hurt. Do it, do it, do it. What big tech did is it flicked the angel off your shoulder, and then it grew the devil and pumped it directly into your nervous system. I know I didn't answer your question. Please tell me the question.
How to hold big tech to account. Because as you've said, a toaster requires more screening and testing and regulation than big tech.
So the EU is the first. I always say the EU won the race of the turtles to try to put boundaries, guardrails in place to protect humanity, right? And we're not there. In fact, as we walk into generative AI right now, the EU, by the way, they broke, and they're meeting again at 9 a.m. tomorrow on the AI Act, which we're hoping that you will, because essentially what happened with the DSA is that you had the laws in place, but then generative AI leapfrogged the laws. So we're back in another new place that has no boundaries. And we still have not learned the lesson of the first human contact with AI, which is, it's developing. And why is it developing? Because money says it must develop. Is it this year? So November 2022 was the rollout of ChatGPT. And since then, just in the first half of the year, $21 billion invested in it. It's speculative. And real people are Pavlov's dogs. When we downloaded, raise your hands if you downloaded the mobile version of ChatGPT. Look around. Oh, you're good, Europe. You are good, Germany. I mean, it's not as bad. I've seen rooms where 75% have done that. Yes, I have it. It's scary because you have to know the tech. Anyway, sorry, I'll go back to the question.
How do us journalists hold big tech to account?
We can't if governments don't, right? That's the reality, and we are the punching bags. To listen to every journalist talking here today, it's almost like we have our own, you guys have Alcoholics Anonymous here? Like, we have our own AA, it's almost like we keep doing our jobs, Hi, I'm a reformed journalist, still doing my job, But we cannot do this without you. As more journalists come under attack, our responsibility transfers to civil society. You must do more if more of us are unable to do our jobs. And the flip side of that is nothing protects us except governments who put laws in place. And they've been really slow. Last point on this one is that part of the reason they're slow is because in the case of the United States, China, France even, right? They want to own the technology because they don't want to be left behind. But the reality is that the technology has been harmful, so far, and we haven't changed it. And the rise of the authoritarian dictators, it's VDEM actually pointed this out in 2022, 73% of the world is now under authoritarian rule, right? When we elect these people, did we have free will when information operations are attacking us? When we are literally Pavlov's dogs. It is Black Mirror. I'm sorry, don't worry. We won't let you leave depressed.
No,
so
we're going to come out with now solutions.
There are.
But just to your point, when you said that 73% of the world's population lives in autocracies, that's about 5.7 billion people. That's citing the same report that Maria just talked about, the VDEM report. First, okay, let's move on to solutions and the way forward, because I think a lot of the key words also here today were solidarity, bridges, you know, and not just interventions, because that's such a motherhood statement. I heard words like solidarity and bridges. First question on that point. In all of what you've been talking about, the collateral damage was, you know, facts, truths, our shared reality, but also the trust that the public once had in us as journalists. That's even painful to say. How do we as journalists start to rebuild that trust with a public that has seen us now as the enemy?
We know this, right? And I think the panelists who were here earlier also know this. Here's the real answer. Because again, everything I'm telling you is data-driven. Contact me if you want the data, right? This is stuff that we have studied. It's not in the journalists' hands. I've gone to so many gatherings of news heads who say, what can we do? What can we do? In 2014, the creation of journalism and the distribution of journalism were separated. That's really 2014. That was when information operations began. Not coincidentally, two big events in 2014. The meta-narrative seeding of the narratives against Crimea, right? That led to the annexation of Crimea by Russia. That was when we really began to see the kinds of experiments that the GRU and the IRA began doing. And then the second is, in my country, Ferdinand Marcos, the only son and namesake of our former dictator, who was chased out of the country in a people power revolt in 1986. Well, in 2014, that was the beginning of the information operations that changed the name Marcos from the dictator, kleptocrat, who stole $10 billion in 1986, to the greatest leader the Philippines has ever known, and paved the way for his election overwhelmingly in May 2022, right? I mean, you spoke earlier about dictators coming back in different ways. We're seeing it. People are electing these leaders. The question is, did we have free will? Are we being manipulated? Did we have the facts? Or has our biology, by design, been turned against us?
It has been. And we've seen, you know, to your point, Maria, when we talk about disinformation, what we've seen, what the Rappler studies have also seen in how the Marcos namesake, who is now the president of our country, how he was elected was not just the use of usual disinformation, the trolls, but also through fan fiction, a popularization of fan fiction, the use of movies, such widespreading entertainment. How can you now tell what is really entertainment, but that is whitewashing history?
Well, whitewashing, another point in Marcos was if you go to our poorest areas in Metro Manila, and our reporter did this and asked people why they voted for Marcos, overwhelmingly they said, because I'm going to get gold. So our reporter said, really? Like, where did you get that? YouTube. And this was the way the Marcos wealth was explained away. Right? So again, fact, fiction, doesn't matter if people believe it and they vote based on it. Does it matter? Okay, having said that, we talked a lot about Marcos. I will say from my own experience and Rappler's experience is that the bar was set so low for the son of our former dictator that he is doing better than his predecessor. And I'll speak from my own experience, doing better in the sense that in 2019, I had 10 criminal charges filed against me. And now, of those 10, 8 have been thrown out of court. Right? I have 2 left. But in order to be here in front of you today, I had to ask for permission from the Supreme Court of the Philippines. They needed my flight schedule, where you're putting me, you know, it's, you lose freedom in order to keep moving forward. And that shouldn't be the case.
That's actually a good note to start in on the solutions that we promised.
We won't leave you depressed, promise.
No, and really, Maria is an internal optimist. You all know her as Maria Ressa, Nobel Peace Prize laureate. In the newsroom, we know her as the quintessential optimist. Tell us, Maria, about some of the initiatives that you've been working on so that we can hold tech to account and also create a better, safer environment for us journalists.
I think for the policymakers in the audience, let me just start with the appeal right off the top, and then I'll go into what we're working on, right? I think for the policymakers, for the civil society, for the NGOs, if you're already doing something now, Renata, run 4 times faster, right? Because 2024 will be a critical year for elections. 1 in 3 people around the world are going to be voting, right? And those critical elections, I think, you know, I started saying this 2 or 3 years ago, 2024 will be the tipping point of whether democracy survives. Because we haven't changed anything significantly in the rollout of social media. And now we've rolled out artificial intelligence, generative AI, which will make creating deep fakes, which will make, you know, me able to make Sabine say and do something that she never did, and you can't tell the difference, and it'll be cheap to do, and you will be pummeled, distributed on these social media platforms that, by the way, have actually gotten worse, and I'll say why, right? You've heard the Brussels effect here, but there's also the Elon Musk effect, right? And this happened with Gaza, with what happened in the Middle East, and I will step on it. So when that happened, Thierry Breton sent letters to the CEOs of the media companies because the DSA is in effect, right? And yet, that was also around the same time that Elon Musk had already brought the bar so low. He had fired all the trust and safety people of the platform we used to call Twitter, now called X, and who followed suit? Which platform? Facebook, now called Meta. The only thing they did is change their names, right? But it's worse than it was for the 2020 elections. So for social media, the trust and safety people there are fewer of them working on trust and safety, and on large language models, on generative AI, they now call it alignment, the people working on alignment. Alignment with humanity is what that's for, right? That the generative AI should be aligned with humanity. But there aren't enough people being hired to do that because the race is profit. So so offhand, if you're working on this, please run faster. Here's the upside. I know. Sorry, you have to shut me up. But the upside is we are living through unprecedented times. We just have to look at the world the way it really is today. And part of the excitement for us in Rappler is we're still alive after 6 years of Rodrigo Duterte. We've survived, right? I know that's so... with your help. I mean, Germany has been incredible. The EU has been incredible, right? That is, I think the first part is collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. Those are the biggest lessons we've learned. But, you know, our lawyers told me in 2017 that we were crazy to hold the line, to challenge, because there's another phrase in Southeast Asia. In Indonesia, they say, the nail that stands up gets the hammer. We got the hammer, but we're still here. And our lawyers are now watching our cases, finally, cases that should, oh, I have to watch what I say. So let me keep going. So I think there is an upside because doing the right thing is the right thing. We don't all have amnesia, right? And power and money if we hold it to account. So what are we doing? There are 3 phases that we're looking at: technology, journalism, and community. I hope we haven't mentioned community enough, right? What we learned in Rappler is that the virtual world is too contaminated. We moved into the real world. So you can see, like, I keep jumping up and down. The physical world is where votes are won. Right? When people, what happened in Poland? Poland is a bright light. Who went out and changed everything? The women and the youth, right? So you need to move out of the virtual world into the real world. Now, the second part is, so technology. Technology, stay away. Tell people how you're being insidiously manipulated. The data is there. I can send them all to you. But the second part is that we're literally working with policymakers, the EU, the DSA, the DMA, the European Media Freedom Act. There was one clause that we were able to take out of the DSA. I think in this one, my problem is we don't want to be censoring. The minute you give a back door to content, you move into content. What we want to do is go to the design level. It's the design level that you need to change. Who said lies should spread faster, right? They did that. They pushed it underneath. Okay, sorry, tech. We're building our own tech. We wound up, and journalists should be doing this because builders of tech who are journalists will do it differently. You'll see this roll out in Rappler. Alpha has gone out. We've essentially built a messaging app underneath Rappler, where I'm tired of tossing out our community back into these virulent social media platforms that then monetize in digital bits, right, in data. So what we've done is, like Germany, we took a matrix protocol. Matrix protocol means that we're not going to insidiously manipulate our community, and we're inviting our community to come in, and under the Matrix protocol, it's a chat app where we can literally build communities of action. We need to restore the listening part of democracy. On the journalism end, Germany also is, I think, part of this. The EU certainly is coming in. The international, IFPIM is the weird surname, the International Fund for Public Interest Media. My co-chair, Mark Thompson, who used to head the New York Times, and on October 6th took over as the head of CNN. We raised $50 million last year from governments, and that money will be given to news organizations. So in the interim period, when the business model is dead, they can keep doing their jobs, right? So we're in the process of giving that out. And finally, community, right? The community needs to be pulled together, both in the physical world and in the virtual world. And we need to collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. And the example I'll give you for that is something we called, for the May 2022 elections, Facts First PH. It wasn't political at any level. We wanted to ensure we have a shared reality. We are in Berlin, not Manila, right? But if I were to do information operations and say 1 million times with bots and fake accounts, we are in Manila, we are in Manila, anyone watching this would think we are in Manila, but we are in Berlin, right? So again, bring it back. So our communities, we literally, the elevator pitch for Rappler in 2011, when I was raising the money for it, I raised $2 million to start Rappler. was we build communities of action, and the food we feed our communities is journalism. You cannot mobilize if you do not have the facts. We cannot fight climate change if we do not have a shared reality. Everything begins with a shared reality and the facts that will hold our information ecosystem together. This is it. So this is the good part. We must do something together now, because if we don't, we stand to lose journalism, we stand to lose democracy.
Maria, I'm going to jump off from what you talked about on community. And I'm going to extend that a little bit to now, you know, globally, I think all of the suppression, oppression, and tyranny that we've been facing as journalists brings us together as a community of journalists.
Yeah.
What can we do to support journalists around the world who don't have the prominence, the resources that other newsrooms have?
So there's a lot we can do, right? But we can't do it piecemeal. I think this is part of what the EU has tried to do. I always talk about how many of us, many in the public think that content moderation is the way to fix the information ecosystem. But think about it like a river that's polluted, right? There's a polluted river here, and there's a factory of lies that's polluting the river, right? So it's polluting the river. And then here we go. What's content moderation? Content moderation is taking a glass, taking water from the river, cleaning the water in the glass, and then dumping it back in the river. What do we need to do to clean that river? Stop the factory of lies. Go upstream, right? So we need to focus on what is the upstream solution, which that upstream solution, closing down the factory of lies, is several things combined. Data privacy. Did you making a clone of yourself? None of us did. Sorry, I know the answer. We didn't. So data privacy, antitrust, user safety, content moderation, they're all connected here. That's how we shut the factory of lies. To what we do with journalists. Journalists have borne the brunt, right? So if you look at all the numbers, there's been a rollback. RSF has shown this. CPJ has shown this. There's been a rollback of democracy from Freedom House for 17 years. Hand in hand with that rollback of democracy have been the escalating attacks, intimidation, harassment, the online attacks, the killings, the imprisoning of journalists all around the world. VDEM out of Sweden has already given us I mean, we can talk about numbers, it doesn't matter. On the micro level, we need to actually come together, support each other. So thank you, FNF, for bringing us together. But beyond that, what we saw is if we focus on the beginning of the problem, then the escalating failures will stop. So the first step is, can we, well, this is my first step. Maybe you guys will have a different first step. For me, we need to stop the factory of lies, right? And then for the journalists who are here, we look at Russia as the cautionary tale because we're following the dictator's playbook is the same in every single country. In How to Stand Up to a Dictator, the book that came out a year ago, I have all the data there. I talk about the death of democracy, the death of journalism as it's 1,000 cuts, death by 1,000 cuts. It's appropriating Osama bin Laden's phrase, right? Al-Qaeda's. And that's actually what's happening to us. So we have to stand up. We have to bandage every cut. And we need to do that collectively. Sorry, the last point I will say, Facts First PH was a whole of society approach to restore facts to the center of the information ecosystem in the Philippines. And while Marcos still won, we took over the center of the information ecosystem. We meaning facts and journalism, right? What we did is a 4-layer pyramid. The bottom were 16 news organizations that did fact checks. Fact checks don't spread on social media, right? So what's the second layer? The second layer are all the NGOs, business, the church joined in. I mean, I was actually really surprised with how powerful the church was in amplification, right? But the mesh layer is distribution. And what we did was a data-driven approach for every single new mesh layer group. Their goal is to share the boring fact checks with emotion. And they can't use anger or hate. And what we found out from the study was that inspiration spreads as fast as anger or hate. It's just really hard to inspire, right? So that the third layer were the academics, our partner, where we had a data pipeline coming through all of this, and we gave that data to academics, who then told our people how we were being manipulated. So they began the pipeline to journalists and to the public, and every week they told us who was winning, who was losing in terms of meta-narratives. And finally, the fourth layer, the law. How do you have rule of law if you don't have integrity of facts? Right? So the lawyers finally kicked in, 6 major legal organizations who in 3 months filed more than 20 cases to protect the 4-layer pyramid. I'm so sorry I spent so much time on this, but just to let you know, this is a whole of society approach. Unless you can quickly pass laws that will protect us, right? But think about it in terms of a time scale. It took years to get the Digital Services Act out. How often does the code change in the tech companies that rule us? Every 2 weeks. Wow. Every 2 weeks. It's called agile development.
That's longer than my last relationship. Okay. But
sorry.
I'm going to just, we've heard a lot of things today. I'm going to summarize before we open up the floor to questions, but only Maria can ask the Pope, isn't it a sin to tell a lie? Also, we talked a lot about solidarity and also how inspiration spreads as fast as the truth. On these points, I'm going to open it now to questions, because I know you have a lot of questions also in the audience. We have time for about 2. There are 2 mics there in the middle. Please, sir, if you may, go to the mic and kindly introduce yourself and proceed with your question.
Yeah, thank you so much. I am Wadud Salangi, Afghan journalist working for Deutsche Welle in Berlin. I would like to know what's the solution from your perspective for the journalists in the countries such as Afghanistan, Ukraine, or Russia, or Turkey to keep the democracy and press freedom to survive. Like, there are a lot of journalists who come to exile. I think the working from exile is a solution, but not a long-term solution. So what do you think, what could be the solution for a long term? Thank you so much.
Maria, maybe we can take another question before you go into answer.
Sure.
That. Yes, sir, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Shirshan Awabi. I'm also from Afghanistan, a former journalist and also founder and CEO of PMG Group, unfortunately in exile now. Sorry that we two are speaking because Afghanistan is facing currently this hard time. My question is this, that you speak about fact checks and also using of AI like a nightmare, actually. So the exact question that I want to refer to you is this, that in current situation, how Afghan journalists who are completely destroyed, and also they are under a power of dictators that they only want their self, some illiterate people that now they are governing the country, how they can work for fact-checking issue, number 1. And the second issue is this, that how we can use AI tools for implementing democracy and also human rights, freedom of speech in Afghanistan. Thank you so much.
Great questions there. Yeah.
you asked me the toughest questions first. You know, being a journalist in exile, I think you heard a little bit from the panel before about how difficult this is, right? I've thought a lot about it. Being in exile means that you are away from the news source. And yes, while you're safer, in quotes, you also can't go directly to the news source. But in a place like Afghanistan, where the Taliban are in power, how can you have both, right? So I think the first is, where is Afghan society right now? You've gotten here and you're looking after this, but I think this needs to become much, much, much broader. The collaboration needs to not just be with journalists. Where's civil society? Is there civil society? There's not. So this is, yeah, you just asked me the toughest question first. Maybe I should give the mic to Sabine, the former Justice Minister. I'm so sorry, I don't mean to. I think the first is we need to find if I were in the same place, I would find a way to bring something together. You know, there's this phrase I use all the time in Rappler. All it takes is one, but one is not enough. All it takes is one, because in any group, you need to have a dissenter. If you have one dissenter, someone who questions, it makes the entire group smarter. But one is not enough. You need to literally create a movement in order to actually have impactful change, right? This is why, for us, it was about communities of action. So my question is to the Afghans who are, you know, there's actually, if you look on my Instagram, probably the very last post I have is from women in Afghanistan who were creating these bracelets. You'll see it. It's fantastic because it's about daring even when there's nothing there. I just feel you must organize in some way. And there are people who will help the organization, but the question is, what is the goal? What is your goal? How are you going to get there step by step? Can you plan it that way? As we ask for help, and I have asked for the international community's help, I don't think we would have survived without it, right? As we do that, then what are the milestones where you can literally celebrate the win? Because when times are tough, that's the time when you must make sure that you have small wins to celebrate as you go for your North Star. I'm giving you kind of a management answer for tough times, but there's nothing that matches what Afghan journalists, what Russian journalists are going through, what journalists from Myanmar have gone through, are going through. I keep going back. The world order, the macroeconomics, and the geopolitical order are shifting quickly, I think triggered and amplified by the tech that unites us. And if we cannot hold it together, we walk into an entirely different world.
I think key to all of this also, Maria, is how we need to understand the devil within that stands before us, AI, right? What did the Godfather say? Keep your friends close, but your enemies close.
Oh, your second part of your question, how can we use AI?
Yes.
Oh, wow, this is really tough, right? I'll tell you what we have. If you go on Rappler right now, you will see that every page, every story on Rappler is summarized in 3 bullet points by generative AI. We rolled this out in June because we were experimenting, right? How do you stop the AI, the generative AI, from hallucinating? You know how you do it? Prompts. You put in a lot of prompts so it only focuses on one story page. You have to put the limits in place for it, right? So we've done that, and what we've actually found is that putting 3 bullet points at the start of every article, generative AI, it's not manually done, makes people read longer. It increases time on site. So these are experiments that we're doing, right? Am I ready to roll it out to more than that? No, because like I said, the tech is speculative. the generative AI is, you know, it has economic costs, which we know. It has environmental costs, which we also know. If you look at a paper that's done by Timnit Gebru and Emily Bender, Timnit Gebru says she was fired by Google. Google will say she resigned. The paper is called Stochastic Parrots. Stochastic parrots.
Stochastic parrots.
Stochastic
Okay.
parrots, right? And it gives you all of these problems with it. Oh my God, I'm not giving you an easy answer. What can we use of AI? We have to build it. That's what we're doing in Rappler. We're literally building it right now. We're looking at what's possible. But because we're not like the tech companies, when we roll it out on Rappler, we are responsible for it. Right? We're responsible for the tech that we use, and if the foundation of the tech, the foundational model, is flawed, you become responsible for that. So I'll give you another example from Stanford. They just rolled out last month the foundational model report, which said that of the top 10 generative AI models that are out, all of them failed a transparency test. Right? So you don't know what that foundational large language model is fed with. If it took all of the social media's unstructured data, which rewards fear, anger, and hate, what do you think you've just trained it with, right? Garbage in is garbage out. It's a long answer to your question, but the question is very difficult. I'm not about just doing the tools, because it isn't a quid pro quo. It isn't like, I had this debate last night with someone at the Vatican where, you know, it isn't about, you know, the knife. So in Indonesia, the world's largest Muslim population, a man named Abu Bakar Bashir, he was literally the head of Jamaah Islamiyah. I don't know if he ever admitted, I think he did admit it finally, but he's been jailed for it. He said, look, I make many knives and I sell many knives, but I'm not responsible for what people do with them. That's not the same with AI. The AI is designed a particular way. And so when we use it as journalists, my RSF and I just finished a charter on AI for media, right? More than 30 experts all around the world. I chaired this. I will tweet it. I can't say exit. I will tweet it right after, but you can see RSF maybe can tweet it. It is a charter on how to use AI for media. Unlike the tech, we lay out our standards and ethics. We lay out our values. I think the question is, what are the values of tech aside from making money?
Oh, that's a difficult question to answer. But now, okay, we've talked about the pillars of hope and inspiration. What can you leave us with, Maria, as an antidote to this tyranny that we are seeing?
It's been depressing, hasn't it been? Here's why I'm still excited. Because if you accept, and I said this in December 2021 in the Nobel lecture, as we were stepping out of the COVID lockdowns, we're stepping on the rubble of the world that was, right? What you think, you know, we're still moving as if it is the old world. But if you literally look at the rubble and accept it is rubble, then the next step is to create. What are we going to create, right? That's what gets me excited, because we can create. And I think this is to your question about how can we use AI. We are playing with it, but we're far more cautious and we don't have the huge amounts of money that big tech has. But when we roll it out, it will be safe for you. Again, like even looking at Germany and how it's rolling out a matrix protocol on TCP/IP, right? We're doing the same thing on a matrix protocol. But let me go back to why it's exciting. The financial term creative destruction. It came out of economics. But this is the time to create. Right? We're celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. When you look at the numbers on immigration, on the number of people killed during World War II, it was actually a significantly worse moment when the world came together to create the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So that is the challenge for us today. What are we going to do? This is a time to create, and we got to do it. The window is closing. So that's weirdly exciting in its own way. Does that make sense?
It truly does, because once the world as we know it has turned into that rubble, what do? We create a new one. We create a new one together.
Can I add one last thing, which we haven't discussed this at all, but please, if you're interested in AI, read Mustafa Suleyman's book. It's Mustafa Suleyman is one of the co-founders of DeepMind, right? And let me say the two things, because what generative AI did, so we're at the beginning of a science fiction world. We're already living in a science fiction world, and we're only talking about LLM for information. But DeepMind is not just information. It was bought by Google. It's not just the search for Google. It won everything for synthetic biology. Because what are we as people? We're DNA, and DNA is information, right? So there is a tremendous upside that's there. It's just we're at the beginning, and governments, civil society, journalists, lawyers, we need to work together so that we move towards a constructive, humane use of this technology. Synthetic biology, right? Crazy things like we can now, well, in 2018, for example, in China, 2 children were created with CRISPR technology, right? It's illegal in the Western world, but it has already happened. For climate change, we can literally create phytoplankton that can suck carbon out of the air. Right? Now it really is Black Mirror. You can also watch that. But I guess this is part of why I feel like I'm just going to sprint until 2024 and not sleep. I won't sleep until then, because we must do the right thing at this moment in time.
And here's to all of us sprinting together. Thank you, Maria. Thank you. I'd like to now call on Dr. Michela Leskovsky to give the closing remarks for today. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Because there are so many people who would like to take pictures. So thanks a lot. So what I've learned today is, I'm a human rights academic, activist, however you would like to call me, but I come more from the academic sphere. And for me, law was always the answer. Justice was always the answer to injustice. But what I've learned now from you today, that even tech can be an answer. And I think all of you, and this was actually mentioned by Sabine Leutheusser-Schnarrenberger at the beginning, all of you will have some special learnings from today. We saw many impressive people here on the stage, journalists with their tragic and sad stories and experiences. We learned a lot about injustice and suffering, but I think especially the last panel with you brought us also, and I quote you yesterday, you said that the Pope brought you some kind of hope. But I think today, for us here in the room, we can say, listening to you both, Anna, and especially Maria Ressa here at the end, we also can go now with a little bit more of hope into 2024. In human rights law, there's only one qualification of relevance and only one issue that matters to the law. It's the individual human being. And the most universal human gesture is saying thank you at the end of such a day and such a conference. And this is now my job here. thanks to all of you. Special thank goes again to Reporter Without Borders, Christian. Applause to Ilya Brown. Again, a warm applause to our speakers and moderators. I do not name you all, but a special thanks to Maria Ressa and to Rappler, our important also partner of FNF in the Philippines. And now I would like to ask you to turn around briefly, because now we thank all of our colleagues here in the back who made this event possible. The translators and the technicians. Especially I would like to mention my colleagues from the Bundesprogramm, thanks to Teresa Kolberg and thanks to Simone Okai-Braun, thanks to the colleagues from K Communication, Eva Chong and colleagues, and now, again, thanks to all of you. And we, Reporters Without Borders and FNF, invite you to a reception and networking. Thank you very much for being here with us today.